Hello, and welcome again to Victory Never Sleeps. And today is the day of remembrance for King Radbod of Frisia. So, hail Radbod. Um, yeah, welcome. Excited to talk to Witan Svan tonight about the next 3 runes in our series. We have people watching us, hopefully now on live on YouTube, VK, Rumble, Odyssey, and Twitter, and YouTube, of course, and Entropy. So if you guys want to contribute tonight and do any donations on here, that can be done at Entropy or at Rumble. Two great folks that we're able to use their platform and support free speech, and we like that. So please feel free to go there and donate, or also to use the super chat so that you can get your questions to the front of the line. Because I know when we have Svan on, we typically get a lot of questions, and sometimes it can take quite a while to get to them. If we get those super chat questions, we'll get to them as quick as we can and bump them to the front of the line. Other housekeeping stuff, we have Freyfaxy at Baldur's Hoff coming up very, very soon. That's in Murdoch, Minnesota. We would love it if you guys can make it. Nick, if you could throw up, excellent. There you did. Hi, I don't mean throw up just generally. I was going to say throw up the advertisement. Feel free to do both, but make sure you mute yourself. Yeah, if you guys can make it out, we would love to see you there. I'm looking forward to it. Those guys have put in a lot of love over the last year to Baldur's Hoff. It is an amazing place. I'm looking forward to seeing our good friends there and seeing, what all they've done to the place and sharing that time with our folks. So if you're a member, come on out. We'd love to see you there. If you're not a member, we would love to see you there. Just make sure you reach out to the Folk Builder first and get, properly vetted and taken care of. And we'd love to see you at the event. Also, if you are in Texas, we have the Harvest Fest going on in Texas. I believe that's in the Dallas. If you can make that, an awesome thing to do. Our folk builder, Justin Day, down there has put in a lot of work on that and is very, very excited about it. He'd love to see you guys there. Again, if you're a member, show up. If you're not a member, we'd still love you to show up. Just make sure you check with Folk Builder first and get that all taken care of. Any other top of the hour things? Oh yeah, so something we're doing today, as of, I guess, a couple of updates on Sigerheim. We are doing awesome. We had Sigerblode at Sigerheim this last month. One of the things that has been, a hurdle that we're trying to figure out is keeping all of the tall grass in that field down and manageable so we can use the space, so that we can, significantly lessen the bug population, so that we can make that a habitable space so we can do things at. We are endeavoring to raise money, and Nick's thrown up the fundraiser for a 0-turn lawnmower to handle that. We got quite a bit of land up there that we need to keep that grass down on. So we've already got people donating. We would love it if you guys are feeling generous and you'd like to help. If you're listening on Spotify, that's going to be at runestone.org, and there's a donate link there, and then the link after that should be self-explanatory on our donate page. If you are watching this, Nick has put up the link right now. Again, we'd love to have you guys help. Thank you in advance. We appreciate everybody's generosity. So that folks know, Winter Nights this year is going to be held at Sigerheim for the first time. So that is coming up. We would love to see you guys there. It is an amazing, amazing place. If you've been there already, then you already know, and I'd love to see you there. If you haven't been there yet, October is your chance to go there. And we'd love to have you guys out and celebrate Winter Nights with you in the home of victory. think think that's it for news and updates. Without further ado, we will start our discussion on our 3 runes for the night. We're going to do it like we did last time, to where we'll talk about one rune, we'll hit all the questions in the queue, and then we will move on to the next rune. So, Svan, could you tell the folks about the Runes Ansuz?
Yeah, absolutely. We're moving on into the next series of the 3 runes arc, if you will, and we'll be doing 2 of the family next time, and then the beginning of the next family, the Etir. So we're still in the first Etir, and we come to the ah sound rune. The A, it signifies the A, and it is in the reconstructed language, because we got to remember that the Elder Futhark has no named translations of the titles of the runes, and we use Old Norse, Anglo-Saxon, and Gothic language of the alphabet to retrograde the names. And so Ansuz is the name. It can be spelled many different ways, Ansuz or Ansus, but the meaning of Ansuz is where we start to get into some debate about the name. The Goths called it Ans, and Ans could mean, or also Asa, which could mean a god or an ash tree. So that immediately kind of starts to throw things. But we can look at the Icelandic and the Anglo-Frisian Futharks, and even though they're spelled differently, one is spelled with an A and a dash above it, S, and the other is spelled OSS. They both have the same sound. It's os. And so Ansuz, in using those names, correlates to divinity. A god, the gods, singular. The word os is used in Old Norse almost as much as a title name as the word Tyr, which also means a god or a specific god. The difference, though, is that os is not correlated specifically to a god, and so that's caused a lot of debate as to exactly what this means. But first and foremost, I think this rune represents divine message, and it is immediately associated with the Lord Odin. Odin is, of course, the leader of the Aesir, or the Aesir, and he is, of course, the one that attained the runes. And as we were talking about in the last episode, we were talking about how the runes kind of create a story, replicating much of the overarching mythos, but also we were talking about motion, and we were talking about the expansive motion of Fehu, and the condensing motion of Uruz, and the piercing motion of Thurzaz. Ansuz is where we start to go vertical, and this is where we talk about the gods in the upper world, in the upper realm. When we talk about our gods, we see our gods as in the upper, when we look up to the sky. And so this is the first semblance in this story arching of the vertical motion, and the descendancy of wisdom coming down. And there's multiple occasions of this in which Odin, Thor, and Heimdallr have come down to disseminate knowledge. And so the first and foremost honor of that, though, the attainment of the runes, goes to Odin. So Odin is deeply associated with this rune. And it's also because of its connections to the mouth, to speech, and to the knowledge of transferring. And, when we talk about Lord Odin, we do talk about one of the great powers, the enlivening and the synchronatic ability of Odin to weave the folk in the material together, to inspire them, to move them almost as if by a whisper alone, is that power. So Ansuz, though, really is focusing on, say, for instance, in a divination sense, it would be correlated to receiving a message, receiving divine insight, receiving an omen or a sign. And so, in essence, it is the rune of runes. It is the mystery of the mysteries. And so, this rune has a lot of potent power, but it's not tangible. It's very much like the wind. It rises up and it establishes itself, but not quite. It's almost within itself. So again, I think this nods towards the consciousness of Lord Odin placing himself within Yggdrasil and then transcending even the fabric of all that is to gain the sounds of creation. So most certainly, if we're talking about expansive and condensive and piercing, this is the upward rune. And so the association with air, with breath, with consciousness, and the idea of, even in the symbol itself, kind of the rising knowledge, and then the two representing the mouth, the disseminating of knowledge. So attainment, retainment, and then exclaimment out of knowledge is all kind of associated with Ansuz.
All right, there you go. So, no, that's great. Producer Nick is going to, last time I read rune poems to you guys, producer Nick is going to throw those up graphically and I will read them. But just so we're on the same, okay, he's thrown it up, but super, super tiny. So let me see if I can squint and try to read this. This is, which one is this, Nick? Is this the Old English? Is this the Norwegian? Or is this the Icelandic? I say that like Nick's going to pop on and say something.
I know, this looks like
it's probably not. So
no, that's
this is old Icelandic. I should know my stuff. That's okay. All right. So
no, this is Old Norse. I mean, not Old Norse, Anglo-Saxon. I can see it on the screen.
I can't see it on the screen, but okay, cool. Anyways, without further ado, God is the source of all language, a pillar of wisdom and a comfort to wise men, a blessing and a joy to every knight. So the confusion is that first God term, and it depends on the translation, but the ones I was looking at, it pops up differently. It's omitted,
the mouth,
and it's included. But again, the idea of the name itself translates to God or a God, or to estuary or mouth, which is fine and dandy with that.
I think the correlation there is that they're, when you see the Anglo-Saxon rune poems and they immediately have Christian overtones. And again, in the last episode, we were talking about how the Anglo-Saxon rune poems are actually the oldest of them.
So they have Christian. So I like the tone of them a lot, though. They are much more overtly pious / moral, whereas the others are more linguistic, mnemonic devices. And whereas the Christian overtone is a little bit off-putting, the knightly overtone is really cool, and they use that quite a bit. And so I think those ideas of piety and nobility are really stressed there, whereas the others, it's just a linguistic tool. And this talks a little bit about the deeper esoterics of the runes.
Yeah, and I think also that lends to the importance of alliterative poetry amongst the skalds and the court poets of the Norse, as opposed to this being written down in the Anglo-Saxon time frame. And it was kind of like the poet, the warrior, and the lord were all starting to kind of meld and condense at that time, because more of their structure, the Anglo-Saxon structure, was much more regimented than the Norse.
All right. Well, Nick, could you put up the next one, please? All right. Uh, Odin is the Olden father and Asgard's chieftain and the leader of Valhall.
This is the Icelandic one.
And this is, very specific and unequivocal. This is Odin's rune. He's, the father of ancient times. He is the leader of the realm of the gods, and he is the host and the lord of his great hall, Valhall. Can you throw up the next one on here for us? Excellent. Os is most journeys' dealings, but sheath is the swords. Okay, but sheath is the swords.
Scabbards. Yeah, I've got translations about this. It is the scabbard of swords.
Yeah, so I don't like that. Cool. The version that I have reads, estuary is the way of most journeys, but a scabbard is of swords. And again, this talks about the mouth of rivers, the mouth of things. Mouth is an orifice that things go into, like the scabbard, or expand out forward. Like that is where you set sail on a journey. It is also where the sword goes to rest. And then I'd also like to mention the Armanen use of this rune, and it's Os, I believe, in the Armanen system. A fourth I know, if men make fast in chains the joints of my limbs. When I sing that song, which shall set me free, spring the fetters from my hands and feet. So through divinity and through the power of speech and the divine power of speech, it can set you free, and it's a liberating force. And I think that's certainly true. Big things to remember with Ansuz is and has always been that creative breath from the gods. We see the most primal elements, both Ymir and Odin, with associations of roaring, of speaking, of shouting into existence, are our existence, of conjuring through Galder, through speech, of incantation. And speech is the first way that something internal becomes external. We talk a lot about we are our deeds in Asatru. The difference between having a good idea and doing a good action, the intermediary stage is speaking it. This is like when you talk about oaths. This is something that I'm really aware of in my job as Ulterior Gothi of the AFA. When I have a really, an idea that I think is a really great idea I want to do for our folk, I don't want to talk about it until I've got a solid plan, because I don't want to, it creates bad weird to speak things into existence unwisely. So if I'm going to, by speaking it, I'm making something that was just in my head, speaking it into the world makes it real. Once it's real and in the world, then there's consequence. If I've made a promise and said I'm going to do something, then I have a commitment that I have to fulfill it. This is part of the idea that Fafnir demanded that Sigurd give his name to him after he had struck his mortal blow. And it was a taboo amongst our ancestors. You didn't tell a dying man, who was mad at you, your name, because with their dying breath, they would curse you. By knowing your name, they could affix bad things to you. They could magically put bad things on you if they speak your name, because speaking is so very important. And I think that's what I have to add on this rune at this point. And I think we can go to some questions.
While the questions are being loaded, one thing that's worth noting when we talk about the Anglo-Saxon usage of it as clearly when they talk about God or the word, they're talking again in a kind of context of the connection between sound and the word of like Yahweh and their religion, but also there's clearly a connection to the voice and the sound of Odin and his, as Alzirigo they brought up, the breath. So if we're talking about that arc of the if we're talking about Fehu being the ignition of Muspelheim and the dross that's burned off of Niflheim and Adumla and Yggdrasil in the creation and condensing of the universe, and then Thurisaz, of course, being the formulation of Ymir in the center, and thus creating the first tripartite of Yggdrasil, Adumla, and Ymir. Then when the gods, the epoch or this part of the arc of the mythos is Ansuz, is when the gods are elevated and the gods come down, Odin comes down and breathes on into and shapes the folk. And so in this sense, like we're seeing a formulation of a story. And so this is about vertical and descendancy of knowledge. Really, really important. And you can see that from the wisdom of the scabbard being placed in the sword or when to draw it, the estuary and the starting of the journey. And I mean, of course, the Icelandic one is pretty straightforward. It is worth noting that in the Icelandic one, at the end, there is mention of Jupiter, because at the end of the Icelandic rune poems, there are these kind of Latin-based connections at the end of it. And so one of the things that really holds true to this is when people are, and this is a whole nother subject we kind of touched on about the desperation for the search of the singular Sky Daddy, because I think there's a desperation in it without looking at some other things. But and of course, when you say that, people are like, "Are you saying Odin isn't?" And I'm not saying that at all. But there is a connection there when we talk about Deus Pater and Jupiter and Odin. That the really the one big connection that a lot of people point to is that mentioning of the it says Jupiter Odvidi is at the end of that rune poem. So I just thought that would be like a little nugget to throw out there if you're looking at the rune poems and you don't have those little Latin pieces at the end. Definitely find them because they're worth having a kind of connection there.
All right. So the first question, and we're getting this thrown in there first, is the order it ought to be. I think that's how it's nice that it goes down like that. Guten Abend, gentlemen. How is y'all's evening tonight? I'm doing fantastic. My evening's going good. Like I say, look forward to these every week. Talking to Svan about the runes is always good times. I've got a couple of different Imperial IPAs to wet my whistle while we're talking this evening. So I am doing all right. And I've been super excited because we got an enthusiastic group of guys that have been putting in some work at Sigerheim, and I'm still on the high off of being at Sigerheim a couple of weeks ago. That's my happy place that I go just when I'm daydreaming of the stuff we're going to do there, the house I'm going to have there, the hall that we're going to build, and the Hoff to tier that we're going to build there. So I'm having a good day as far as that goes. How are you doing, Svan?
I am doing great this evening time. I ran a terrain race over the weekend with my son, and I realized a couple things. One, I was very proud of my son because the only obstacles he only did skip 2, and that was because of technicalities of his hands weren't big enough to get over some of these obstacles, so he couldn't really do them because he hasn't even done his man making yet. But to run with him and go over all the other obstacles. But I also realized my age and the accumulative damage of the military over time has really done a number on my old man knees. So I am a rickety guy right now. Even up till now, I'm still shaky. It's been almost a whole week.
Yeah, I had a regular. I don't know. I've been slacking on my jujitsu just to let myself heal up a little bit, and this night was the first time back in about a week and a half. And for those of you that don't know, I do Danzenru Japanese jiu-jitsu, so it's a lot of throws, and gravity adversely affects me as a heroically proportioned gentleman compared to some of the other guys in class. When all 238 pounds of me is coming down on the mat, it tell you what, I felt it this morning. I was hobbling around all day, so feeling the old man wear and tear. Our next question is, which translation of the Poetic Edda do you recommend most? I don't play that game. There's a lot of people that really do have strong preferences. I don't. I really like mixing and matching and being promiscuous with my translations, because honestly, I think that by looking at all the different ones together, I'm able to piece it together in a, more complete way. Like I can take some from one, some from another, and match things up, and I can see what's consistent and I can see what's not in those. So I really don't have a hard one that I'm bound to. What say you, Svan?
I do, but I think I have legitimate reasoning, but I think a lot of people don't realize, like, the Gothlinger in the AFA, the pre-seminary track where the Goth are kind of prepping to even tackle the idea of it. We go over all the translations across the board, but I do have a preference. It's Hollander, and I know that pulls a lot of people, but I think first and foremost, I'm a skald, or I'm a poet at heart, and I really like the English language because it wasn't my first language, and I find it very beautiful. And I find that translation holds the spirit of poetics while keeping it in English, and kind of like bridges the gap between Nordic and English. It conveys a lot of the spirit in, but does not get the translations completely right. So you just kind of have to bear with it. But I'm really becoming a fan of Thorpe and Bellows as far as the way they translated specific words that throw a lot of people off, and that a lot of people that attempt to translate, especially here in the modern age, I find that their translations do hold up to a lot of kind of the shooting from the hip guys nowadays, where certain words, like, you read them and you can see the construction of those words are much better. Bellows seems to understand that very well. Thorpe does as well. Thorpe especially. But you look at these modern kind of takes on certain words, and they're way out in left field sometimes. So I'm becoming more of a fan of them structurally.
All right. And I'll say this, Hollander is the one I'm most familiar with. That was the first version that I read. And so, I don't really have a strong preference, but that's probably the one that I'm most familiar with and is, in my head, the firmest. So Travis is talking about this, and I've also got Eric talking to me about it on the side, wanting me to mention it. In the AFA, we have a men's chat group where our guys talk about different things. And I'll just read his question, and then I'll tell you a little bit more about it. So, good evening, Allsherry Gothi Matt and Witan Svan. Myself plus 25 other of our menfolk in the AFA just completed a 4-day fast for the Odin World Prayer Day. Are you guys going to join us next month? So Odin World Prayer Day is a thing that a Swedish member came up with a number of years ago. And on the 9th of every month, A lot of people synchronize and will do, prayers to the Allfather to awaken our folk. And these gentlemen got together and decided to flex their willpower and, make a sacrifice, and as an offering to the Allfather, to put in a 4-day complete fast. And there's, additional on it that I heard it is a complete just water, no food, 4-day fast. So congratulations to them. That is a testament. That is absolutely a testament to willpower. And that's fantastic, and it's absolutely impressive.
I wonder why 4. I would gladly do 3. Fasting, especially a complete fast, water fast only. I've always heard about the dangers of going past 3 days. At that point, your body stops, healing itself and starts to be destroyed internally, or things going on there. So I wonder why that is, and especially because Odin is the tripartite within the tripartite.
Because they're sacrificing self to self. They are they're gleaming that cube. They're pushing the boundaries. No, I will not be joining you with that next month. I'm not a big fan of fasting myself. A part of what I'm trying to do with myself and my body is to, get the best physical conditioning I can get and work on that, and make a little bit of progress every month. And I found that fasting doesn't work very well for me. I don't want the deterioration of muscle tissue or muscle gain. And I also, quite honestly, I salute your guys' ability to do that. Drive me insane. And I think that my wife and child deserve a version of me that is not fasting. But I absolutely respect what you guys are doing. That's a huge, huge thing. And I don't know if anybody has tried to fast before or whatever, but a 4-day fast of just water is daunting, and that is quite a feat. So hats off to you, gentlemen. That's amazing.
I would like to, I would just, maybe I'll go and talk in there and argue the case of a 3-day as opposed to a 4.
Svan's going to come in there trying to sell you guys weak sauce. Hold the line.
But I also commit to a personal fast before Yule. I and another friend of mine from a long time ago started it, where we would 12 days start, and it's called the widening. It doesn't always have to condition itself towards eating or a fast. So the widening is kind of a funny choice of words, but
I was going to say there's a lot of people around the holidays that practice the widening.
Well, and in relation to Vidar and the widening, as in his name, the widening of the jaws of avarice, the widening of the mouth of Fenrir, is kind of the allegoric meaning. So it could be basically depriving yourself of anything that can be seen as, I don't know, whether it's, and food's not really that case, but I know that as Yule's coming, Yule and the widening that everyone gets into, it can be kind of daunting, or it's about keeping focused, but sometimes it's 12 days of going to the gym, or it's 12 days of, running a certain amount of time, or walking a certain amount of time, or whatever it might be, just holding true to that. So I'm used to fasting.
I'll say this, fasting isn't my thing, but these periodic things to test your willpower, to test your ability on stuff, there's a lot to be said for that. And I don't know if ladies approach that the same way, but certainly for men, finding challenges, sometimes creating challenges to see if you can hold up to them and see if you can and rise up to them. That's a really important thing that I'd love to see more men do. And I think that's really great that they're able to do that. And not just that they're able to do it, but the fact that they're able to do it together, to gain strength from each other, to gain competition from each other, to push a little bit harder, to dig a little bit deeper, to do a little bit more. I think that's really cool to see. And I'm very glad they're able to do that.
Yeah, I'm pushing for ice baths this year.
You and the law speaker. we'll join you. That we're not that kind of organization. Maybe not join you
No,
in the ice
in
bath.
separate states.
Yeah, but you guys separated by states can synchronize ice baths or whatever. He's a fan of that. Our next question is, are there AFA members that can read the Eddas in their original language? So it's an interesting answer. As of right now, not that I know of. But recently, our Gothar have embarked together on a similar thing, I suppose. We've challenged ourselves to take on the task of learning a new language. And together, our Gothar are endeavoring to learn at least how to read and hopefully how to pronounce and speak a little bit of Old Norse. So we've kind of taken that on together, and we're about 3 weeks into that process. I think it's harder for some than for others. Languages it's an interesting skill set that some people are very, very good at, like the concept of learning languages. And one of my very best friends and a kid I grew up with, it's funny because he's a colonel now, and he is a leader of men, and I still treat him like a little brother because that's how we grew up. But he always impressed me growing up learning languages. He ended up getting degrees in languages, and now he fluently speaks, I think, 4 or 5 languages. So I'm really impressed with that. I'm not blessed with that skill, so I find it much more difficult, but it's fascinating. It's something like I said, we just started doing. But Svan is leading us in that effort. He is one step closer as a son of Iceland. He speaks the closest living language that is related to Old Norse, and so he's got a leg up on that.
Yeah, and I was going to say to the question is, I came to the States when I was very, very young. I was 6, so, but English wasn't my first language, but it was hard pressed on me. And even though I grew up in the South, I learned English from teachers, so there's no kind of discernible accents. But the good part about that is that I retained all of the ability to pronounce Icelandic. I don't speak it conversationally, and I think that's a thing I want to be clear with people is, I don't conversate in Icelandic on a regular basis at all, because there's nobody around me that really speaks it unless I go to like the Icelandic social club that is in Virginia. But it still is, I'm able to read it and pronounce it and don't really struggle with the linguistic rules as much. So as we're doing this and learning, it's becoming increasingly easier, almost as if I'm just kind of remembering things that have always kind of been in there. So.
Sorry, I was just checking up on the chat to see if we got anything else coming through that needs to. Oh, all right. So this one came through. I don't know if it's a question or a directive or whatever, but it's something I want to do regardless. Witan Daniel Young says, "All's hair you go through. Please challenge our folk, men and women alike, to better take care of their health." So Daniel put it out there, so I might overshare. He might be mad at me. That might happen, but that's okay. I'll take one for the team. Daniel recently had a pretty concerning health scare, and one of the reasons I think that he's here being able to have this conversation with us is because he does take good care of himself. It's funny. He's got a lot of fat man ailments, but he's not a fat man. So it's really kind of strange. But he and I were talking about it just before this broadcast. Our health is so very important. And, a lot of us feel that more acutely as we get older, but take good care of yourselves. Time is one of our most precious commodities. When we pass beyond the veil, we will exist in mythic time, and our priorities might shift. But in the meantime, the time we've got here in Midgard with our families, contributing to the AFA, building a legacy for ourselves here, it really matters. I've noticed that my wife and I were both 39 when we had our daughter, and we're going to be old when she's, when she's young doing things, and she deserves to have active parents. So we've got to, try double hard to not be old and crusty and decrepit and not being able to do stuff with her. I don't think this is necessarily an AFA problem specifically. I think this is certainly an American problem. I think it's a Western problem a little bit more generally, but we got a lot of fat people. If you're fat, stop. If you're getting fat, get less fat. All of us, that's one of the things. None of us are perfect, but we can all tomorrow be better than we are today. We can all make an improvement by the next time we talk to each other, and we can help each other do that. But whatever your situation is, if you're scrawny, go out there, try to get stronger. If you're fat, try to get less fat. If you're slow, try to get faster. If you're dumb, get smarter. And I'm being frank, it doesn't even have to be something bad. If you're smart, still get smarter. If you're strong, get even stronger. If you're in good shape, get in better shape. There's all stuff we can do to improve, but your health is so very important. And we got a lot of people with preventable health problems. If you can fix that, do that. Do it for yourself and do it for everybody out there watching you.
Also, too, just the way we look, the attempt of discipline and moving, this is a very visual world, and I'm a barber, so style or self-discipline of style is important to me. And the idea that, I wear this, like I wore this to work. This is how I dress. So I'm trying more and more to dress, more professionally. And it is really considerate of us to present ourselves to the world in the best way. And the best way to do that is to physically, mentally, spiritually be healthy and exude that in your, the discipline of your hair and your facial hair. And
that's the thing. We want to look our best. And a lot of people find that shallow or whatever. Those people are wrong. Your first impression that you make on folks says a lot about you. And in Asatru, we are very aware that it doesn't just say something about you. It says something about your partner. It says something about your family. It says something about us as the AFA, and it says something about Asatru are in general. And I guess on even a bigger thing, it says something about white folks. How you look and how you present yourself, look your best. Look your best for your family, for your gods, for all the rest of us, for those of us standing next to you in a picture, for your spouse, for yourself. So you carry yourself with your head high and your chest out with pride and dignity in how you look. Look good. It's not a bad thing. We should all want to look our very best. Celebrating beauty is a very Aryan thing for us to do. That is the questions that we have so far. So I think it is time for us to move on to Raido.
Ooh.
Please tell folks about Raido.
So, and I wanted to mention for the folks here as well, just remember when Alcirago is bringing up the Armanen, the one thing to remember is that the Armanen is completely sourced from the Halvamal, and it is sourced from the Runatal, which is in the Halvamal. And so there are the 19 runes, and those rune poems are kind of sourced in connection to Maestro Guido von List's holding in lateral to the meaning of the runes, the Armanen. So that's one thing. If you're looking for the rune poems and you're like, where are these coming from? That's where they're coming from. So worth noting, or just look up the Armanen. So again, I'm reiterating over and over again about the movement of the runes and the epochs of the runes and the story that they tell, and the construction of the Elder Futhark in its perfection, in my opinion. And this one is the circular motion. This is where we have the upward, and then afterwards with Raido we have rotation and alignment. So this is the circular rune, and it doesn't look circular, but we'll get to it in a second. first off, the pronunciation of the word. There's some confusion. You'll hear some people say it with a hard D, Raido, or you might hear it with Raido. And that's because of a little bit of confusion that happened in the 80s and 90s when they were printing books and they didn't have the eth, which is a D with a line through it in Icelandic. They oftentimes supplemented that with a DH, and that was just symbolic of the eth. So if you look at some of the older Asatru books written by people that were writing about Asatru as a budding faith, sometimes they even spell Lord Odin's name Odhininn. And so there's a little bit of linguistic kind of back and forth. And it's also true with the pronunciation of the R itself. The R and the sound R in the Germanic languages is all over the place. If you look at the Scots trill their R's, but the Irish do not. The German do not. The English do not. But the Norse, the Danes, the Icelanders, there's a trill in the R sound. And that's because linguistically, especially during the time of the printing press, a lot of things were changing. The TH sound stopped being a thorn and it got changed to a D, like in German. So, Deutschland became Deutschland. Thunor became Donner. And so there's a lot of other things to consider when we talk about this rune is, for instance, when doing Galder or just, the proto sounds, do we say the R sound or do we say the trilled R sound? I've had people ask me that, and I really think it's at the root of every sound, whether it's trilled or soft, is the construction of the arch of that sound. So imagining like the difference between a smooth wheel and a sprocketed wheel, the curvature is still the same. And that's the key to understanding this kind of vocalization of this. But in the folk Futhark, we use it in relation to the way English uses the letter R. This rune is about movement, but movement in a very particular way. This rune is called the riding rune. And a lot of people associate it to the symbology of it being almost like if you turned it at 180 and you could see 90 degrees and see a wagon without a wheel almost. A lot of people kind of, I think, correlate the pictures as more of a visual alliteration to the meanings. But the meaning is the riding rune. It's the rune of riding or the rune of movement. And that is very important, especially when we do talk about the movement of the runes. The circular aspect of this is that now we're talking about the holy gods have risen up, begin to attain and disseminate knowledge, even incorporating the breath, but also too aligning the movements of things. So the polaric forces are set, and then everything begins to revolve. The sun knew not her place, the moon knew not his place, and they were then set in their courses. And what this is really talking about is the alignment of all movement going on in the world and in the universe. It speaks a lot about movement indeed, and it talks about more or less the idea of gaining the ability to flow with the correct course of time. Sometimes we call that alignment of weird or the alignment of Orlaw, and the idea that our deeds and our actions and our words and our overall, whether it's the culture of our folk, everything kind of coming into a natural alignment and following the path. That is really where Raido is about. The reason why we celebrate our blots at certain times of the year is because it's about realigning ourselves and keeping ourselves on track. And this rune is it. That's what it's about. But when you see it, like say in divination, this rune coming up has a tendency to be immediately correlated with physical travel. And that is pertinent, but there's also the spiritual travel, or the traveling through hierarchy, the traveling through, in relation to perhaps unseen distances. And so it could also be associated with traveling, outside of oneself. There is an esoteric kind of usage of this rune, as well as also the idea of it being exoteric, in the idea that the obligation of honoring your ancestors, of honoring the gods, going through the orthopraxy that is set by your culture, then ends up replenishing yourself. So this cycle of giving out and receiving in foundationally builds itself. So it can have a lot of meanings in that, outside of just physical travel.
So I'll get to the rune poems here in a second, but I wanted to talk about this. So one of my favorite runes, or it's certainly come to be one of my favorite runes. Certainly all the things that Svan said, but more. It's the rune of Equitas. It's the rune of man and horse united. It's the rune of the knight. It's the rune that in the Armanen system is Rit, which is the shortened of Ritter, which is a knight in Germanic. It's the idea of nobility and right action at the right time. It's not just movement, but it's capturing synchronicity through the right movements at the right time. And that's one of the big keys to esoteric efficacy, I think, and to magic generally, is to be able to draw things to you, draw synchronicities to you, to recognize those synchronicities and then to act on them appropriately. And if you can't do all of those steps, then you miss that perfect moment. But being able to recognize and execute right action at the right time is essential to what we do. So much so that Raido was the original sigil of the Asatru Free Assembly back in the 1980s, a red Raido on a black field. It has become the I got to figure out the mirror thing that my camera does, but it's the rune of our priesthood. It's that consistent right action at the right time, and fulfilling that cycle over and over again, and creating momentum with that. So
yeah, I think a lot of people asked us. Well, a lot of people asked us about that. Why the choice of Raido in relation to the priesthood? Because a lot of people were thinking, I get it. The understanding maybe Ansuz for wisdom and the dissemination of wisdom, or even Othala and the idea of the Hoff. And I think it was, of course, the nod back to our foundings, but also to the idea that there is no resting for the Gothies. The Gothies have to move forward. The organization that we are is about correctively moving forward and upward.
Why is that, Svan?
What do you mean?
It's because victory never sleeps.
Well, yes.
So realistically, and this is one of the beautiful things about our runes, and it's not just BS, you could make a case for most of these runes. But the idea, and one of the most special things about our runes and about using them and internalizing them, is that they are that lens. The challenge of, okay, how would this rune apply to practicing as a priest correctly? And then creating or recognizing those connections. That's a very valid way of using our runes. Some people might say that you could interpret the runes however you want. And to a degree, there's some truth in that. But the ability to see the world through the lens of the runes, to create those connections, is part of the really special blessing that us knowing the runes teaches us. And that's part of the gift that the Allfather won for us through his rune quest. Go ahead, Swan.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that the connection that we gain through the interpretation is also could be argued that was placed there by the gods, knowing as they know many things beyond human comprehension, is that knowing that the translational ideas of an epoch or a story being told and how they correlate so cleanly. There's another thing for the folks. One of the things that my teacher taught me was about the Wheel of Thor, because some of the big things about Oku Thor and the idea of about Thor's movement, his edge riding. There's a couple of names.
Pause when you say that. Some folks listening may not be familiar. What does Oku Thor mean?
Turning or rotationally moving. And we kind of went into that with the tripartite and the understanding of the Aryan divinity by many names as the striker. And one of the defining factors of the striker amongst our people and the glory of him is his movement, his rotational movement. And there's a lot of esoteric ideas and about the rotation and magnetism of the earth, the understanding of electromagnets and the vertical axis when we talk about the belt of strength and the gloves and the iron rod in the middle of the belt. And we're starting, and Mjolnir being a switch. There's a lot of interesting stuff there about the transference of energy and movement, circular movement. One of the interesting things is if you draw a circle and you place all of the Raido runes on top of each other, so the tops are connected in each of the cardinal points, and the appendages are all kind of facing in the same direction. That bind rune, if you will, or symbol, was often was taught to me by my teacher as the wheel of Thor, and the idea of invoking his name as Lowrider, or the loud rider, or Einrider, the lone or singular rider. The movement of his edge riding on keeping boundaries and maintaining spatial correctiveness is about that movement. And so a little Easter egg for folks if they want to see a cool symbol is doing the Wheel of Thor.
So, I've mentioned this a little bit earlier with the poems, but the idea of medieval knighthood is really cool to me symbolically. But what I think is really important, the relationship between mounted warrior and horse is as Aryan as it gets. That's one of the foundations of our people, was that domestication of the horse, especially in conquest and in warfare. The idea of the chariot, which again, Thor rides a chariot. Now, yes, his is pulled by goats, but the use of the chariot, conquering the plains of the steppes and the Caucasus, the riding on the horse, that's the beginning of nobility in Europe, is the warrior aristocracy atop horseback, whether they fought from horseback or whether they just were well off enough that they owned a horse. The combination of man and steed. And in another way, symbolically, the combination of the astral, or man with the divine spark, riding and taming the beast, this powerful beast that is the war horse, under control of the rider, putting both of those elements of life in their proper order. And that has analogous relationships to hermetics, to alchemy, to all of those things. And Western esoterics is the bestial principle being subservient to the astral, to the consciousness, to the directed divine will. And that's really important. There's a lot of really neat things, I think, to Raido. But with that, we'll get into our rune poems, if you'd be so nice as to throw those up. Keep in mind, Icelandic and Norwegian is much more A equals aardvark, whereas the Anglo-Saxon is much more heavy in esoteric or religious connotations. All right. Riding seems easy to every warrior while he is indoors, and very courageous to him who travels on the high roads on the back of a stout horse. So again, it's much easier to talk about it than to be about it. And it's got that very clear connection of man upon a horse. Next.
Yeah, that was the Anglo-Saxon.
Mm-hmm. And riding is blessed sitting and a swift journey and the toil of the horse. I think that's the Icelandic.
Yes. And one of the ways for the folks listening is that these rune poems, you could tell the Anglo-Saxon is longer, and again, connections to nobility and piety, whereas the Icelandic is more alliterative and has kind of a poetic flair to it. And the Norwegian is oftentimes just 2 sentences, and they're actually kind of in juxtaposition to each other just by the way, at first, the way they sound. So,
all right. And now if we could see the Norwegian. Riding is said for horses worst. Regan forged the swords the best.
Regan the smith of Sigurd. So they make connection right there, and an interesting concept of like riding and movement, and then formulation in relation to Regan.
That sword was reforged from Sigmundar's sword, correct?
Yes. So the alignment of a broken blade to its true purpose.
Yeah, and for those of you who are not familiar, that comes from the story of Sigurd or Siegfried battling Fafnir. And then in the Armanen Writ rune, the stanza from the Runetal that it connects to. A fifth I know when I see by foes shot speeding a shaft through the host. Flies it never so strongly, I still can stay it if I get but a glimpse of its flight.
So,
go ahead.
I wanted to bring that up because about the fetters and the loosening of fetters in the Runetal in relation to the Armanen and the way that Maestro Guido von List was looking at the runes in their placement, especially amongst the Old Norse, is that the Odin releasing the fetters through speech. This happens in numerous occasions in which the fetters are spoken or spelled loose, if you will, like loosening the evil eye, or loosening a curse, or loosening quite physically fetters, or bondages that of imprisonment, which has a lot to say about consciousness and attainment. And
an ability to speak your way out of a jam or out of trouble is no less magical than anything else. I think that we do ourselves a disservice linguistically when we've come to something ceases being magic when you can explain it scientifically. And I don't think that's the case. You set up a paradigm that's impossible to meet there. Magic is ridiculous by virtue of, as soon as it becomes not ridiculous, then it stops being magic, according to the way we linguistically understand it now. And I think that's absurd. Medicine and magic potions are the same thing. Medicine, we just have a fancy Latin words to describe why it does what it does. Herbal remedies and magic potions, assuming that they're efficacious, are absolutely that. And there is a magic to your ability to enchant people with your words and to speak your way out of trouble and out of hardship that way. And it's also liberating to the soul for you to be able to speak things that are on your mind freely. So much of our higher self is imprisoned within us and fettered within us in a way if we don't have the courage and the eloquence to properly speak that. This is a super nerd reference, but I'm put it out there anyway.
Oh boy.
What really sucked watching old school Star Trek back in the day was Christopher Pike in this wheelchair thing with these 3 little lights that would light up. And that's his way of communicating. If you have things, and you can think of it that way. As somebody who's catatonic or somebody who is disabled in that way that they can't speak, they have all this in their soul and in their mind that they can't express. They can't articulate to someone they care about that they love them. They can't speak an eloquent prayer to our gods. They can't speak the most brilliant idea that they have. And knowing but not being able to speak is such a, I mean, we could all feel viscerally how imprisoning that is. You being able to speak is letting that out. It literally sets you free in a lot of ways.
Yeah, the reason why we use the word harrow for the table is the harrowing call, to call out. I know now in modern English it means kind of like a cry, very similar to like Old Norse gjalp, or like to cry out. But it means the place to call from. But I was going to say also about Raido, and when you talked about the arrow flight and the arcing of it, to be able to grasp it as long as I can see it. This, I think, really does talk about the understanding of being in complete motion and alignment with things, even to the point in this case, they're talking about the prowess of snatching an arrow out of the air, because all I have to do is be able to see it. This is like the true point of necessity and alignment and correct timing, all coalescing in quite a
well. And so again, I want to extend a metaphor on this. And I think ecstatic is the closest word in our lexicon to capture it. But in a concept that more of you listening and reading on the side will be familiar with is the idea of Zen, of warrior Zen. And just as a side note, Zen Buddhism was taught by a bearded, blue-eyed barbarian from the mountains of the steppes. Just saying, the guy who taught it didn't have, the eyes going on. It was a round eye. So that being said, that moment of warrior Zen that you're familiar with in that concept, that's absolutely an Aryan concept as well. That moment where everything works perfectly with the right timing in the right place and you are in the zone. People in sports may know that idea of being in the zone, when everything works perfectly because everything is aligned and your timing hit just right, that you can do things beyond what normally should happen in our common understanding. I mean, some of us are very fortunate if that happened once or twice in our life, but the idea of that being perfectly, you can just imagine this person being able to catch a spear that flows through the host or knock an arrow out of the sky that's coming towards them. That level of timing is the mastery of Raido. Got a few more questions that have come to us since our last question period here. But before I get to those, please like, share, subscribe, send this out, help me spread the word. If you like what we're doing, I would love to get it to as many folks as possible. It is absolutely our mission as the Astral Folk Assembly to bring, all of our folk home, unless they are dangerous or destructive to what we're building. We want those folks to be able to come home. And so many people just don't know about us and don't know what we're doing. So if you like this, please share it. Also, if you're listening to this and you are not an AFA member, why not? We would absolutely encourage you, if you are eligible, to join us and be a part of what we're doing. We're doing something truly historic, amazing, and beautiful for our gods, for our children, for our folk. And we would love to have you guys be a part of it. So please think about joining if you haven't already.
Let us help you unspeak your fetters.
There you go. Are there Asatru related ways to get help if one is addicted to things that are unhealthy, like eating too much of the wrong foods or drinking alcohol or other drinks or smoking or something else? Absolutely, there is. We have an AFA-run virtues recovery group, and Nick's posting up the deal on that now as a flyer there. If you are listening to this on Spotify and you are interested, please reach out to folk builder Ashley McStalker. Ashley McStocker, and I should have said that differently. Her email is a McStalker, as I just spelled, AMCSTOCKER at runestone.org. If you're a member or not, if you are struggling with addiction, she would be really happy to see what we can do about helping that. And we have, I believe, 2 days a week, we have a group that meets on that. So yes, to answer your question, yes. And that's where I would direct you. But yeah, please, things happen, addictions happen. There is tremendous honor in recognizing a problem and trying to fix it. We all have problems. It does us little good to pretend that we don't have them. Realizing that we have them and trying to overcome them is a virtuous thing. So please take us up on that. Next question is question. Then could Raido be astral travel and or Odin traveling the worlds for knowledge like a shaman? I forget the Germanic equivalent. I will let you take that. Go ahead.
Yeah, the wayfaring Vitki, the wise one. Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to, is that there is, because there's multiple layers of interpretation when we talk about it as perhaps epochs of time or an arcing mythos. We're talking about that moment, but it has replications like we just brought up with the idea of the circular movement and of Thor, Lord Thor, and his ability to keep things within and without. But also too in relation to the traversing. That's one. This rune was one of the runes that kind of really I feel enlightened me to understanding that the story of the runes all pertain to sound and all pertain to movement, because this is the rune of movement. But yes, absolutely, I do believe that there is when we speak about making connections with our gods at the Harrow, and the Gothar are calling out, they are much like the sternman of a ship that we are traversing out into, or trying to make connection. Yes, but if we're talking about like in the Vitki form, or in the sense that there is the Gothar are kind of the priestly, and we try to build towards folk building. The Vitki is oftentimes more built around its esoteric as opposed to exoteric orthopraxy. And so this rune has great meditative understanding, especially if you could visualize the rune as almost like in 3 dimensions, and then seeing the rune rotated around in multiplicity. That's an interesting thing. I'm kind of going off on that one, but it is a very, very interesting rune to conceptualize the idea of at least separating your consciousness from the material of your body. The idea of being able to at least separate. And a lot of people will say, what do you mean by that? Is when we do that, when we create hallowed space, when we're not at a Hoff, when we're out, we set those boundaries, we separate ourselves from the mundane, and then we proceed forward in a sense of traveling. So that's the exoteric. The esoteric would be to internalize, to close one's eyes, to build on the meditative state, and to understand that. I think that this rune has a deep help for that. And also to the sound itself, the trilling or the low arcing R in use as a meditative mantra, or a Galdr, as we should say, is, I think, very, very important, especially when we start getting into the concepts of diaphragm work and breathing. And so, like with the Runes Ansuz being breath, Raido, again, another interpretation, is the application of breath, the cycle of breath. Take that for what you will. And in relation to, actually, I'll expound on that a little bit more. With the next rune as well, about breathing and the cycle of breathing, the intake and the elevation of the consciousness to the cycle of breath. And even with Kenaz, there is of course, the formulation of I think in Eastern systems, they refer to it as kind of like the furnacing of breath and heat. And we'll touch on that too. But yes, this is absolutely can be in correlation to that, because it's about what you find, the link, the revealing of yourself. The runes are about, in many ways, it's the microcosmic ecstaticism of Lord Odin in the idea of your searching for understanding of things, finding those connected points.
Yes. Well, this rune is absolutely applicable to astral traveling or any other kind of traveling. Your point about Odin doing these kind of soul traveling experiences, again, remembering that imagery of man upon horse, he does that upon Sleipnir with his eight-legged steed. That's how he travels through the worlds. The world tree itself is known as Odin's steed. So you're right on with that concept. It absolutely means that, or it certainly can mean that.
I've seen many a drum with Raido as a imagery, and that's directly in correlation with that.
Absolutely. Next question. I think this one's a good question. How important, not that other questions aren't, but I think this one's, a lot of people wonder this. How important is pronunciation when chanting the runes? What are your thoughts, Svan?
I kind of hit on it with Raido. The idea is like some people can roll their R's, some people cannot, but the understanding of arching the sound with, the if you were thinking of it as like, again, the base of the sound is the sound, and then is kind of like the same arching but with sprockets. Pronunciation, again, we've been very open and honest about this from the beginning, and I think it is kind of, when people don't say about, for instance, the Raido is a reconstruction of the other Futharks that have tangible titlings. The Elder Futhark was very minimally. There hasn't been a lot of archaeological finds of the Elder Futhark. We have far more in the Anglo-Frisian, which expanded to 32, and then the Old Norse, that one was condensed down to 16. So we have a lot more inscriptions in those two, but we have the rune poems themselves, and they are titled, luckily. And then when we look at Gothic or Gutenish, I should properly say Gutens, when we look at their language and we look at that was in the 3rd century. So, you have it's based off of the Greek alphabet, but they use the runic names for the alphabet of the Gutens, and that's in the 3rd century. By the 10th century, it's written down in Anglo-Saxon, and by the 12th century, the Icelandic ones are written down, or the Icelandic and the Norse. And I'm using very, very broad windows here, so not specific dates, but that's because they're not able to. And then, of course, we even have this one is always the one that kind of interests me because of its obscurity, is I'm going to say it wrong, so that's why I'm looking for it. The Swiss rune poem that was also found, the Abecedarium Nordamonicum, which is a truly interesting poem that was found in Central Europe, and it is based off of the 16 rune Futhark of the Old Norse. So most likely it had actually cycled back down into the Central Europe. So you have pronunciation, and I think when we talk about the symbols and we talk about pronunciation, that they're both very fluid. They were not per se to our ancestors, because they didn't have the entirety of knowledge placed before them, like with the internet and things like that. So I think they taught very strictly, but we have this huge amount of knowledge. So the emphasis of understanding is more, I think, about the frequency of sound, which is an interesting thing that would take a long time to go into, about utilizing the idea of what exactly the pitch of the sound is to the rune, and it opens up to a lot of debate. But the ultimate idea is that sound and the overall meaning of the rune is far more important than, say, the specifics of the symbol and the specific of the titled name. You know, reconstructed names are our names of our generation, just like the Anglo-Saxons had their own and the Norse had their own. And I think they have just as much validity, but that it's not, I got to say it in Old Norse, or I have to say it in Anglo-Saxon, because those are reconstructed, and that means that they're not good, because people have a tendency to kind of go back to the older just for the sake of it being the oldest, without considering that there are, you know, validities in the transformations or the knowledge of the runes themselves. And hence why all the Futharks do have importance, and why the folk Futhark that we have constructed for, and I say constructed in the sense of like bringing together, we only use the runes from all the other Futharks and use them to write or to transfer spiritual idioms on the murals, with the intention of inspiring people to learn all the Futharks. But people get caught up on that. Oh, how dare you guys create your own runic Futhark? And it's like, no, they're all from the other Futharks. We just have a purpose with them, much like why people speculate that the younger Futhark was boiled down to 16. And there's other theories, especially when we start talking about Arthurian legend and perennial mysteries in relation to the Grail, in relation to the Anglo-Frisian and their extension into 32. It's wonderful stuff to speculate about and to really open your mind to and discuss. But to think that, you know, it has to be pronounced only one particular way is certainly, I think, a path of folly, when it should be considered more about the movement, more about the mouth placement and frequency, when we're talking about Fehu and expansion, and it's the pressurized, whereas the condensing is opened. It's vocalar, or the vocalarity of that sound is very broad and opening. And then we start talking about Raido, and we talk about the trill kind of being the wheel moving, or the sprocket moving, or perhaps just the bending arc of the wheel itself. I don't think don't get too hard up in the idea that it has to be pronounced specifically. I think focus on the sound, focus on the mouth movement, and focus on the meanings, the overall meanings too, not just, I'm only going to look at, you know, especially for the next runes, because I'm placing you guys here on this one. When you look at the meanings of the runes too, at first, if you just follow one pathway, I think you lose the entirety of the knowledge of the runes. And I think that the gods understood that we would reach a point in which we would have a multiplicity, because nature works that way and the gods work that way. Divinity is not singularly boiled down into one thing. We feel this necessity to have the one thing. And I think that's quite a deviation from the way our ancestors saw how the gods work in multiplicity, and so do the runes. So
in Svan has mentioned this typically when we start out with any of these runes, but they're reconstructions of what we think they sounded like. As you get further into the Anglo-Saxon Futhark, or the younger Futhark, you start getting more definitive on what the runes sounded like. But as far as esoterics, magical work, the Armanen runes, the Elder Futhark really is the bread and butter of that. And we're working from what we think it probably sounded like. I've said this a lot, and I think to a lot of people whose minds are very black and white on everything, it's unsettling. But so much of the efficacy of what we do or what we don't do is the focusing of our will and of intent. If your runic knowledge is good and you have a very clear idea of what you are trying to do, then I think your pronunciation is secondary to that. I think if you're doing solitary work by yourself, it's fairly irrelevant as long as the sound you are making connects you to the concept you are projecting. Again, the rune is the mystery behind the noise. It's not the noise and it's not the sticks. It's the mystery they embody. If your noise connects your brain and your heart to that mystery, then it probably works pretty good. Maybe it works even better if you are a perfect linguist and you're doing it absolutely perfectly, but I don't think any of us have that assurity that we are. I would say it becomes much more important when you're in a group. And I want to speak on group Galder. There's some people that have free form, like everybody's saying a different thing at a different pace, and some people are just making the vowel sounds, and some people are making the consonant sounds, and there's different things depending on what you're trying to achieve that you can do with that. When I do it, the intent is harmony, so I want people to harmonize. And if we've got one person that pronounces it one way, but everybody else is pronouncing it a different way, all we hear is that one person messing up the harmony. Don't be that guy. If the idea is to harmonize, then it becomes very important that you harmonize not just the pronunciation, but the pitch and the tonality, the wave that is created, because that's powerful. I think that if you had to prioritize, a lot of it is about the vowel noise more than it's about the consonant noise. So if they're, when in doubt, or if you're picking and choosing which to do wrong and which to do right, which I know is silly in and of itself, focusing on getting the right vowel noise. So the R and the TH aren't the important part. The I sound, Raido. The I and the O are really important. The others are kind of transitional. So really focus on getting that very strong and consistent vowel noise, and the rest is a little bit more flexible, in my opinion.
You just brought it up, and I wanted to make sure that, because we talked about urus as the first vowel of the first etter. The second vowel is ansuz. Sorry, as soon as you said it, I was like, there are two vowels per every etter, and that's why I think what Alfar is saying about the emphasis of those runic vowel sounds is because there's two in every etter. That shows the emphasis of how they carry. So when you speak that Galder and you are saying ra, e, and then o at the end, those emphases are carrying in essence the consonant powers.
And it's tricky if you're just getting involved in this. If you're doing it over time, you'll figure out the pronunciation most people want to use. There are different variants of a number of these names that have completely different vowel structures and are tricky for you. Don't be dismayed by that. The more you expose yourself to this, the more you'll pick up what is more commonly used, and even if people mix and match, what they use it for. Typically, when there's multiple names, the one name evokes different imagery than the other name does. And that will come into play a little bit more on our next rune.
Oh, yes.
Our next one, which is a good reminder from our folk builder, Sarah Alt. Please let parents know that if they're considering homeschooling and their children are in the age range of K through 3rd, there is still time to enroll in the Astros Academy. That is something we are proud beyond words of. We talked about it last week when we had Gothi Dean Stam on, who is the dean of the Astros Academy. He, along with his amazing, amazing volunteers, Sarah's one of them. Rachel Johnson in Washington is another one, putting in a huge amount of work, and several others. It's amazing. In our first year, we just did kindergarten. It was fantastic. It helped so many families and so many kids. And our team has been so diligent. We made a promise that we're going to stick with those kindergartners and provide them with, their next grade level all the way through to, I think, class of 36, which makes me feel very old saying out loud. That said, that was the minimum that we're committed to. But in that first year's time, we've expanded the curriculum to where this year, our second year in, we have K through 3rd. So four grade levels of course material for the students and for parents. Please, 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 if you are able to, if that is a reality for your family and you are able to homeschool, please homeschool. If you want to homeschool and you would like to, we invite you to homeschool with us. We would love to help you and your family to succeed at that. One of the big things that I am very thankful for as a father who's going to homeschool his daughter is that the Astros Academy, we hold your hand. And I say we collectively, our amazing volunteers in the Astros Academy hold your hand through every step of the way to make sure it's compliant in your state or your province or wherever you're at, to where it's legally, it meets checks all the boxes, completely legit and good by your state, to where if it's something that you don't know how to teach or you have a question or whatever, we have support there. We have other parents doing it together that can support you. We're truly doing this as a community and as an AFA family. And I can't say enough good about it. We are so very proud. And if you're interested, go tell your friends. If they're interested, yes, you have to be a member in the AFA to use the Astros Academy. But please do it. And like I said, that's awesome. We would love to have you do the Astros Academy. We would love to have you do it with us. But even if you don't, if you're not a fan, you're doing your own thing, you're not, for whatever reason, if you can homeschool, it's a really amazing thing to do. I'd love to see you guys do it. I hope that you can. If you're not able, you're doing the best you can. There's no judgment here from it. It's just really cool if you are able to. And I can't urge that strongly enough for the children. I really care about our children's future, and I think that's a key to giving them a good head start on it. Go ahead.
I wanted to say one thing, not about the to answer a question that was kind of snuck in but isn't really highlighted. Is Ryan O'Ryan was asking about the Wheel of Thor. Yes, you are correct. Remember, if there is the stasis of the tripartite, which is the North Star, then the striker is the revolution of, or the rotation of. And so those two, the catalytic and stasis thrones of stability and rotation, are very important. And of course, then there's the last one. The big one is dynamicism, the movement between up and down and under and everywhere, anywhere is dynamicism. But in relation to, I think a lot of people don't correlate an understanding of the catalytic throne of the striker as his ability of edges, rotation, and ultimately stability. So, yes.
All right. So next question from Jared Williams. And I tried to do a quick database search so I could help you a little bit more, and I could not find your name in our database. So I'm assuming that is I don't think nom de plume is not the right nom de guerre, perhaps. Either way, assume that's not your real name. That being said, What advice would I give to a member like me who wants to be more involved with their local kindred, but has lived a solitary life for years and has been outside of a family like setting that kindreds have? Do something instead of doing nothing. That's the thing, is you can sit in a place of indecision indefinitely and miss all the opportunities. There's no perfect way to do it, but start and try. And if on the side or whatever you want to send a message, we can try to connect you with who's local to you. The reason I was looking you up is because I wanted to see who to direct you to help you with that. Matt Flavel at runestone.org. If you want to tell me where you're at, I can give you some advice on that and send you in the right direction. But that's exactly what our Gothar and folk builders are here to do, is to help you experience the fullness of our faith. And that's done in a community. I don't know what specific parameters come with you're living your solitary life, because it means different things to different people. You have some people that are agoraphobic that, live in an apartment and don't leave. You have people that are that socially isolated. I have no idea. That could be you for all I know. Maybe it's not. Maybe you're just a guy that lives out in the country and doesn't have a lot of friends. It's a big spectrum, but the baby steps of what that looks like are really different depending on the details of that. But one way to do stuff that's really easy is to get on MeWe. MeWe's where all our AFA social media goes on, and you can make people's acquaintance there before you get to know them in real life, if it makes you more comfortable, or if that's an easier, step towards more interaction with people. And I'm really encouraged to do. If you do that, by all means, please friend me. I would love to accept your friend request and talk to you. We have a lot of different groups. Like I mentioned earlier, talking about the fasting, we have a specific men's group that does that. We have regional groups. We have more topic specific groups. So yeah, that's a really good way to start. If you're willing to do a little bit more than that, depending on where you're at, we have, hey, you know what? This is a good time to plug that. Nick, could you throw up the different addresses to our different Hoff districts? So we've divided Midgard into 4 chunks that roughly conform to our Hoffs. Now, if you live in Brazil, these chunks are a little bit absurd. You're not particularly close to any of these things. You are, I believe if you're in Brazil, you're arbitrarily in the Njordshof district, but you're nowhere close to Florida. We get that. But as we get more and more Hoffs, it will be more and more relevant to people that are further spread apart. These districts are fairly relevant if you're in the United States, or depending on where you are in Canada, on where we would direct you. But either of these 4 Hoff districts has a website, and on the website, it's got a calendar of events, and it shows where all these different events are. You can drive and attend these events if you want to. There may be one really, really close to you. It may be a little bit more of a distance. It's hard to tell without knowing the specifics. But going out to one of them, a lot of them are, there's some that are in people's homes, and that can be really nice in a really intimate setting to where you can get to know people very well. But it also may be intimidating if you're not ready for that socially. But a lot of them are at public places, at a bar, at a restaurant. You can go and have a drink and then leave if you need to. You can go say hi. Hey, I've got other errands. I just wanted to say hi. Cool. That's something that counts. It puts you closer than you are today. And again, Jared, this isn't just aimed at you. This is anybody in our audience that might have this question. You may or may not have that difficult of a time socially, but some people do, especially with all of the people that were very, very isolated due to the COVID lockdowns, due to whatever in the world that we live in. A lot of people have problems socially that way. But no, we've got hundreds and hundreds of members that would love to be your friend and meet you, and you can be exactly as involved as you would like to be. If you want to become a folk builder, if you want to become a Gothi, if you want to eventually make it on the Witan, these are all open to you. If you want to be the Allsharrier Gothi, then maybe we got to fight. I don't know, but we want you to be as involved or as not involved. And if you just want to sit back at your house, that's okay too. But if you want to get involved, we have people that literally, that's what makes them happy, is helping you be more involved. So we would love to connect you that way. Please do reach out to me or any of our folk builders in Gothar. You can find the contact information at runestone.org. But yeah, I hope that was helpful, and I hope we see you being exactly as involved as you would like to be.
One other thing too I would like to point out is, if you can't find a folk builder or a Gothar to come to you, or a temple that you can go to, or a kindred that you can go to, if you're that far into the isolation, perhaps like homesteading or something like that, reach out to your Gothar, ask about personal devotions at home, and then get your family involved, get your children involved, get your neighbor involved. If they're folk and they want to reconnect, you can start by also building for yourself around you, and then perhaps something from that grows. Plant the flag, if you will. A lot of times kindred start that way.
So again, this is not specifically to the guy asking the question. This is to everybody out there who might have similar questions. Every single area that there are groups of AFA members started with one guy that was by himself that got together with another guy or gal and made something happen. That is the root of every one of these things. I wish we were at a level to where we could pay missionaries to go out and develop these different areas, but that's not our reality right now. I wish I was magically potent enough that I could cast a spell from Reno, Nevada and make stuff happen certain places. As of yet, I lack that ability. But what each of these places is built on is individuals that started out as just somebody who put in a member application, that stepped up and said, hey, I want a folk build. And that through doing that, built a community around themselves and in their area. And a lot of those communities live on long after that person may have moved and gone and done something different. So each of you, you guys are empowered to go out and start building. And you've got a whole team of people here who want to help you do that. Our next question, I wanted to ask about the no race mixing rule. Would people who used to be in an interracial relationship but are not anymore and would not again if they had no children from it be allowed to join? Absolutely. People make mistakes. People, there's I have not always been Asatru, but I've been squared away on that particular issue for most of my life. A lot of people haven't. A lot of people have walked a lot of different roads to get where they are. You can't change your past. You can just change your future. The issue with the offspring isn't that it's the unforgivable sin. It's that that's liable to spill over into our group by those people being around and to confuse and stymie the group dynamic of things that we are doing. And that's why that's the way it is. If you don't have a non-white significant other or non-white children to bring around, then of course we'd love to have you in the Astral Folk Assembly. We all hopefully learn and grow as we develop as people. And a lot of us come from a lot of different places. So I'm really glad you asked the question. It's a good question. But yeah, if that's your situation, of course you'd be welcome to join. And our next one gets me geeking out on the stuff that I like to spend probably more time than I should on. No, how small will Thorshoff district be once Tiershoff and Freyshoff are built? It's a fine question. Let me pull up my member map here that I harass all of our folk builders on using. We've got this Google map behind the scenes that we use to plot where our members are. And it's the coolest thing, and I spend all this time on it every month, and it's color-coded, and I nerd out about it. And so I try to force all of our folk builders to look at it all the time in the hopes that they will be as excited about it as I am. When I became the folk builder coordinator many, many years ago, that was the first thing I did is I ran out and I got this huge map of the United States and I got all these little push pins and I started pushing pins in for each of our, hundreds of members. I think at that time we were about like 450 members then. We're a lot more than that now, but it's still a lot of push pins put in. This is a little bit cooler, and I'm happy that the fine people or not so fine people at Google have created this map for me to use. So that said, that's really interesting question. So this is not gospel. This is just what we're thinking about so far. Phrase Hoff will likely cut off everything in the current Thorshof district, these states I'm about to mention, and north. So Phrasehoff will take likely Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and everything north of it, as well as so here's the question is what we do in so this will take that and potato Europe. That would leave tomato Europe.
I knew it was coming.
Delaware, Maryland, DC, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Kentucky in Thorshof. But then when we throw Tiershof in the mix, Tiershof's probably only going to take Tennessee and Kentucky from what is now Thorshof. But it will also steal a few states from Baldershof and from Njordshof. I think it will probably take Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma as well. But we'll see as we get closer. A lot of them have to do with flat geography, but then also they have to do with drive times and mountain ranges and stuff on who can get to what. That's one of the reasons that Maryland and Delaware have proven to be more likely to attend Thorshof than to a future Phrasehof. But that's just what we're thinking right now. That's not, it's not a hard and fast rule, but that's what we're currently thinking. And that is our last question on that one. It's time to go to rune number 3. Svan, can you tell the folks about Kenaz?
Yes, Kenaz. However, again, pronunciation. This rune is probably the first rune that really throws people for a loop. So the most common used name is Kenaz. Kenaz is an interesting rune because there's such an instant divide when we talk about the rune poems. But let's just step away from that, stay in the middle, and understand that this rune is about formulation and dissipation. So when we were talking about movement, we were talking about expansion, condensement. We were talking about piercing or penetration, or the destruction of the lifting up with Ansuz, and then the circular movement and rotation and alignment of all things. This rune becomes an encapsulation rune of dissipation and formulation. It is a condensed rune, a tight rune, and so this rune has lots of connotations to the idea of heat in relation to bringing material together or breaking material apart. And that, I think, is the most important thing for you to understand before you start looking into the meanings in the rune poems, because it will greatly help you understand Why there is a confusion is because, again, formulation and dissipation, illumination versus, I would say, relief from darkness is a great way to look at this rune. Generally, when you look at a book, any book, the first thing that's going to come up is about illumination and light, as a lot of times this rune is associated with the torch. This comes from the Anglo-Saxon Futhorc, in which it's called Ken or Kin, and it is reference to a torchlight that hangs in the halls, or a lamplight. However, one of the interesting things is when you look at the Nordic rune poems and the Gothic alphabet, those two correlate to each other, and the Anglo-Frisian meaning is kind of the odd one out. So in the Gothic alphabet, this is called kusma, and kusma means a boil or a mound of like infection. And so the reference to the word boil is oftentimes used. What I think is really important to understand is it is a rune of health, in the sense that we're talking about temperature and the heat of things. And I think it's really also important that people realize when we talk about the light, there is the light, the forge, or the heat of the forge, and of the sickness of the skin or the flesh as being the forge of the body, is the way that our ancestors understood illness in relation to like infections and bites and wounds and things of that nature, is that infection was part of a purging, especially in relation to the heat and the temperature, was a purging of the flesh, or a shunning off of the infection. So in a way, I have always equated this to the spark within the forge, and that the forge is kind of the mound, or the heated concentric area that boils things down, or makes things so hot that they can be melded together. When we talk about divination with this rune is often associated with the illumination of creative thought and creation of things. So again, formulation, the idea that it's a formulation of thoughts, it's a formulation of deeds. Oftentimes this is called the craft rune, in the sense that when we talk about the Anglo-Saxon word of like craft, people would automatically know if I said witchcraft, but craft is the overall knowledge and application of an idea. So if we're talking about, brew craft, or of being able to brew alcohol, or trade craft, or whatever type of craft you're into, that understanding of the word is about the total knowledge and application thereof. So, this is oftentimes associated with the trades rune. Now, in relation to the story arc that we were talking about, the mythos arc of the runes, I think it would be worth noting at this point, when we move, again, I'll reemphasize going back, so I'm going to be beating that drum throughout this entire Futhorc, is you have expansive, you have condensement, you have the penetration or the piercing of, then you have the elevation and the rise and the descendment down of knowledge. You have the rotational correlation of everything coming together. And now you have the internalized. And this is kind of in relation to when the gods ascend into heaven, and they rise up, when the strata of the universe is made and the gods take up their upper place. And in that upper place, they create Ausgarður. They create the area in which they will encapsulate themselves. There is much there, and it has been brought up, and bore up and beset down as the place in which the gods are now above and disseminating time from. And in that time, when they do this, they go to the field of work or the field of craft. and there is Idevol, and in Idevol they create the encapsulation of Ausgarder in heaven, in Himenya. And that, of course, our stories talk about the process of building the wall and how the wall is destroyed as the forces of natural law, the Vanir, face off. Again, this another alignment part of Raido is that cosmic order, the gods of the upper and the above meet the gods of the cycle. And when they do, there is a great conjoining of those. Right before this, though, there's this golden age that is referred to, the age in which the gods take up their spot, when they build their forges and create their weapons and tongs to work in Idevol. And it's worth noting that Idevol is the plane of work or the valley of work. And so this rune I've always taken in that mythos arc is that this is the point in which the gods have risen up into heaven or Himenya, and all of the universe is beset upon itself in organization, but now they begin to internalize the structure that becomes, as we know them, as the Esir. So it's referred to, in the Gylfaginning as the time in which they take up the tongs and they light the forges and they begin to create Ausgarder in heaven. And so this rune is about the internalization. And I've always taken it in relation to creation and the time to return to the drawing board, or the time to kind of grind away at what you're trying to do mentally and then bring that about into mastery of the way that you are applicating your ideas. So this rune is it's an inward rune and an outward rune. So it's drawing back in and then it's projecting out. It's about lighting that forge fire, about the bellows and pressing those. Sometimes people take the symbology of the rune to mean the mound or the bump of flesh, the hot infection. Some people take it as the bellows. In the Anglo-Saxon, the symbol is a straight vertical line with either an arm going up into the into like the 1 o'clock position, or down into like the 4 o'clock position. Again, both representing either a torch coming out of a wall or a torch being held up from the ground, because a lot of people didn't realize like feasting torches were oftentimes like 6 feet tall because they needed to burn for hours and hours and hours. So the symbology of the rune oftentimes meets certain things, or again, the bellows, the idea of the pressing, or the edge. Sometimes I believe a lot in there is a theory too that there might be an origining of the word with keen, the idea of keen sharpening, because again, that involves heat and again, creating a focused edge. It is for any knife makers out there, when you set that line on that edge blade and then you're working to hone and burr and then flip and hone and hone and hone and align that into a tight, focused point of purpose. Kenaz is that rune. Kenaz is that rune of formulation. It's the rune that starts off small and then becomes extremely focused in its movement. And again, that's that relation to the gods when they attain the upper and the place away from time, the Nethervellir, and also Helgard, which is connected to Niflheim and lower. The worlds are organized, and the gods take to heaven, and they apply themselves. They see the well, they see the tree, they find Idevol. Then they start to build, and that is when the Vanir come and the war is there, and then they have to rebuild the wall. And Sleipnir is created from that situation as they run out into the heavenly surroundings So there's a lot of this kind of time frame in which there is a build up. And I think a lot of people can recognize the power of this rune when they undertake maybe perhaps a new career, or they undertake an idea of that first step. I've been solitary my whole life, and I want to step out and start applying my knowledge or intent into manifesting deeds and actual weird. It is the rune of pre-planning weird, if you will, or pre-planning Orlaw.
So thank you for that, Svan. I appreciate it. I always know I can count on Svan to go roll with something for a little bit. Aubrey came in. It was bedtime. She's in this phase now where Mandy and I both have to put her to bed, and she's got this book. It's called Counting Kisses. And the idea is it's 10 little kisses on teeny tiny toes and 9 kisses on the wiggly something feet and 8 kisses on the chubby, yummy knees and so on and so forth. Anyways, luckily for me, got it figured out, so I was able to do it quick. I hope she's not resentful. I said, hey, can I do it real quick? If I can do it quick, I can do it. So I did it pretty quick. But the other thing is she needs me to lift her up as high as I can in the air between each of these numbers. So it's like a workout too, and she doesn't know if I did shoulder day or not. So she's getting big, but no, I appreciate that. That's a special time with her for a couple minutes each night. So I don't know all of the things Svan said, and I don't want to contradict on it, but if I do, that means he's got to go back to training. No, in all seriousness, though, there's always the juxtaposition in a way between the idea of the torch and the festering sore. So that I can, in the spirit of multiculturalism, we had to read a book in school called Raisin in the Sun. It talks about what happens to a dream deferred. And there's this whole chocolatey poem about it drying up and festering and whatever. One of the things that I like to look on this murk and bright side is the idea of inspiration leading you forward. And much like I mentioned on the idea of words, when your thoughts are trapped within you and you can't expel them, the agony that is. When you have inspiration in a similar way that you don't act upon, when you have a dream that you don't reach for, it has a way of literally burning you up inside. The key that binds both of the meanings of this rune are that ignition. And if you have, literally what political candidates call the fire in the belly, if you have that and you sit on your couch and you do nothing with it, the pain of regret looking back on it after the moment's passed and that you never did anything with it literally burn you up from the inside out. Being inspired and not doing anything with it is absolutely a malignancy, a festering, a cancer. They used to call cancer consumption. Again, this idea of burning and eating up through flame. But when I see this rune, again, I've told you this, I've never been a big, I don't even know what the right word is, because I think fan is a ludicrous way to present it. Merkstav runes have never been a big thing to me. The negative of runes has never been something that has been particularly meaningful to me personally. I've always hyper-focused on the positive side of them, or the Ljostaver, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah,
we're playing with our Old Norse. But yeah, the idea of that torch that lights the way going forward. Somebody in the comments posted something about how Lucifer, his name means the light bringer. I don't think that our mythos doesn't need to borrow from Hebrew mythos, but as a cultural touchstone, the idea of someone bringing forth light. I think this links it to our first rune we had today with Ansuz, with the gods enlightening us with the runes. That's what enlightenment of things means, lighting the way moving forward. One thing that is kind of a concept that we work with in the AFA with our young people, and as we get better connected socially and more integrated with our children, the idea of our young ladies being mead bearers and our young men being torch bearers, the idea that they hold the torch guiding us into the future, is a really important symbol to us of that progressing forward into what we will do. Each of these runes, and we've been a little bit negligent so far in not mentioning this, these first runes are sigils for each of our Hoffs as part of our Hoff naming structure. So Fehu is the rune that symbolizes Odin's Hoff. Again, it's not particularly more significant to Odin than other runes, but the idea of that in our Hoff structure is Thor's Hoff has Urus, Baldur's Hoff is Thurisaz, Njord's Hoff has Ansuz, Frey's Hoff will have Raido, and Kenaz will be the rune of Tyr's Hoff. And it was really meaningful when I drew that as the last rune I drew when I did the sword naming last month, because that's the symbol or the sigil that will guide us forward through that torch of inspiration for our future. Kenaz has always meant like literally torch, but it's always meant the idea of that fire of inspiration to me. And I think that's really potent in how I use it internally and externally for my practice, is the idea of that fire of inspiration, of achieving. It burns you up. It's one of the reasons victory never sleeps, because if it does, it'll burn you up. I think it's something that I internalize and I take really personally, because one of the things personally that I battle with is just, I have this burning desire inside of me to accomplish these things and to do these things. And I think some of us, I've felt this amongst the folk in a number of ways. I've felt it certainly amongst the folk politically. There's a lot of things we see in the world that we want to change, that we want to fix, that we want to do something about. And if you don't see a path forward to releasing that and accomplishing that dream, it burns you up. And so I drive myself and those around me crazy with my just fire to get that out and to get that inspiration out and accomplished and into the world and doing things. So victory never sleeps, and your Alzheri Gothi sleeps less than he would like to, because he's up stewing on things like that and plotting and scheming and planning and trying to find ways to make some of these things happen. But it's been really inspirational rune to me personally. Nick, can you throw up the Old English rune book for this? Torch is known to every living man by its pale, bright flame. It always burns where princes sit within. So my advice is read this one and disregard the other rune poems, because they're nonsense. No, but this one speaks to me a lot. This one, again, with the idea of knights sitting in the halls and feasting and being inspired with all the great things that they're going to go do, and its warmth and its benefit to mankind. The other two speak less favorably of this rune. So let's go ahead with our next one, if you would. Sore is the bale of children, and a scourge, and the house of rotten flesh.
And I kind of leaned in on this while you were about the idea of formulation, the condense or not condensement, because I've used that word, but more like formulation versus like the dissemination or the fragmentation of things, components being broken apart by heat and by toil or test in order for them to heal. In a sense, like the temperature of the body creates the furnace that burns off the infection, if you will. And it's worth noting that when they're referring to sore as the bale of children, they're talking about most likely the of plague, really, the idea or the illness of towards children, in the sense that they suffer often. They can't fight through the illness like adults can.
All right. Can you throw the third one on here for us? Again, I did small in my eyes. I'm old. Sore is a curse of children. Sorrow makes men pale. Again, grim tidings.
Yes, and even with the Goths, the word is kusma, and kusma means like a wound.
And so this is another thing that again I was going to mention, and I'm sure that Svan went over, but the idea that this rune has a bunch of names. It's got Kenaz, Kaun is very common.
Ken.
A bunch of different versions of it. And looking at it, and I pulled this up a second ago. So Kaun tends to mean ulcer, whereas Kenaz as a root word means torch. A lot of these as linguistic devices are confusing that way. Now, I haven't seen this rune used that way by modern practitioners, in the sense that when they mean cancer or festering boils, they say Kaun, and when they mean torch, they say Kenaz. I have seen that with different runes like Elhaz and Algis. But on this one, I haven't seen it used that way, but it is meaningful that the different theories on the rune name relate to those different linguistic derivations of the same kind of roots. So I think that's worth noting. And in the Runital, this would relate to a sixth I know, when some thane would harm me. In runes on a moist tree's root, on his head alone shall light the ills of the curse that he called upon mine. I think this one is very interesting, and one that I don't feel that I have satisfactorily plumbed the depths of. The idea of this rune, I guess, reversing polarity of magic spells. I think that's a really interesting concept to think on, and I think it requires more mental work than some of the ones that are more obvious and more straightforward. Do you have any thoughts on this as relates to that Runital stanza?
Well, yeah, and when I made mention of the formulation of the blade or the return, the blade in the use as a weapon, but also the blade in usage of the actual carving of a staver. The idea is that you could use the blade to cut the flesh or wound the flesh, or you could use the blade to cut the tree and send back that which was sent to you. But I think it also kind of, again, relates to heat between, or heat that formulates, and the idea is creating the heat that dissipates as well. Oftentimes, the wound that is made is the wound that festers, and the only way to fester is to purge the wound, is kind of the process of thought in that one. often, magically, if you're talking about, again, returning the ill for ill that was brought upon you.
All right. So let's get into our current questions we've got stacked. So far as I can tell, we got nothing on entropy. I think entropy is one of our most least used platforms, and that's unfortunate, but I can understand that a little bit. But I always want to check over there to make sure we're not leaving anybody hanging if they're going over there to donate or anything. Our next question is from Monk Svan. Is there a danger of bad spiritual things that can happen to your body if you are astral projecting, where your soul leaves the bodies, and who would you protect your body if your soul is like, who would protect your body if the soul is gone?
Yes, there is a lot of danger when you step outside of what we would call just time and go into mythic time, as Alfar has mentioned before. When we talk about mythic time, we don't talk about it as something that's written in a book. We talk about it as it's happening right now. There's mythic time or physical time or the time of weird, and then there's the dissipation of time, which is in the world below, and or disconnection from that time, if you will. And when you step outside of the understanding of the parameters of the Midgard time or time of weird, you are open to, I feel is just as much the same influence as the possibility of you leaving your house and getting hit by a car, or things of that. I know I don't want to paint it as if you do this, there's going to be stuff just waiting to spiritually mug you as soon as you walk out of your body. There are the protective measures utilized is a combination of things. There is physical protection in the sense of perhaps carving or creating a bind rune or rune that helps in that sense of protection. There is the discipline of the mind, the ability to realize that too far is too far, and then to return. So there's discipline of and self-awareness of the mind. The spiritual, of course, again, is that you have the gods with you. If you are true to the gods and you carry them with you, just as if you were to step outside of your house, it's not that we don't expect the gods to make us invulnerable, but what they do is they arm us with wisdom, heroism, and the intent of being better and stronger or wiser. And so that is the first ignition to protection, is starting with that foundation spiritually as well. So there are lots of traditions that I have, studied and heard and even practiced. Some people talk about the idea that going forth or faring forth, hazel rods. Traditionally, hazel is a wood of protection. The idea of anointment of red ochre in or on the body as a form of protection when you step outside of Midgard's sense of time. There are a lot of things. Talismanic in the sense of making staver with the runes of protection to be carried when you fare forth. I have always recommended that if you ever do anything, try to do it with others, because there are certain things that when you're involving in meditative practices and travel, it's not often good to do it by yourself. I think that's the reason why Utsitya and sitting out alone was such a kind of interesting point, is that you're going off into this kind of danger alone. A lot of times I think working, or at least having someone who's aware that you are working or perhaps helping, again, it's very much akin to having the drummer while everyone else is performing the travel or the meditative experience and what have you. That person is there to make sure that you are within the realm of not stepping off too far. And this happens with many things. If we talk about expansive understandings, perhaps through People have talked about, mead and the inspiration of mead and getting too drunk, getting too deep in the horns. At a certain point, you're elevated and ecstatic, and you're speaking of poetry, and you're awashing everyone around you with knowledge and wisdom and emotion. But that's very close to being a blubbering idiot that's standing around, and you need to be. It's good to have someone with you as well to tell you, now is the time to stop. Now it's time to rein it back in. And so again, that takes a lot of practice. If you don't have someone outside of yourself, if you're doing it only with yourself, then the idea is small steps and always err on the side of containment and discipline.
So I guess two things I want to say on this. And I realize this question was directed at Svan, but I'm going to take liberties and I'm going to answer some stuff too. You see this in our lore, and you see it passed down in horror and fantasy and other genres. The idea that you go during the daytime and kill a vampire when it's sleeping in its coffin, or that you go and you can kill a wizard if he's, got this super powerful astral body thing. The way you do it is you find where his body is and you go kill the old decrepit body. The idea of doing something to the Vitki or the wizard while they're out of their body doing whatever their mischief is that they're doing is ingrained in us as a thing for a reason, for a good reason. That's something to consider. So that is a vulnerability if you're, if you're so awesome of a wizard that your version of astral projecting is you are sending out your dragon body to go like destroy villages and such, then yeah, you need to fear the hero coming into your cave or your wizard tower and stabbing you while you're doing that. And if that sounds ridiculous, that's because it probably is for most of us. I think realistically, one thing, and this isn't, Monk, I promise this is not aimed at you. This is at people in general, because I've heard this a lot. This isn't about you at all. This is about this process. We only tend to conceptualize courage in the physical state, and we don't apply it to other states of being as well. And I think this goes back to the approach that I try to push so very heavily on this program. The basis of our interacting with the other should be based on our experiences that we know in the physical. The relationships we build with our gods. Obviously, they're different than relationships you build with people. But that's where you start to understand. They're much, much more than that, but they're at least that, right? You don't start completely unfamiliar. You have, well, this is how I treat my father, or this is how I would treat a king, or this is how I would treat a great hero or somebody that I super respect. Then I'll go even further for the gods. People who are hyper courageous in real life and will go up to the biggest dude that challenges them and look them dead in the eye and, they're ready to go, are often the same people that when it comes to doing something spiritual are worried about protection spells and circles of protection and talismans and this and that. I get it, and I think I'd be irresponsible if I said that these things didn't present a danger. But much like Svan said, you put yourself in danger every time you start your car. You have a statistical risk that's much more than zero when you drive up to the store and get groceries. But it doesn't stop you. When it comes to big things in your life that are important to you, you want to achieve, you're certainly willing to entertain much greater risk. But the idea of any kind of astral faring or spiritual journey, or perhaps encounter with ghosts or bad spirits or, malignant whites or anything. And all of a sudden we got to throw salt over our shoulders and, turn around 3 times and do a chant and have a protection. And at some point, I think the same benefit applies metaphysically that applies physically. You can get by with a lot of confidence. If you just strut up and you look like you know your stuff, you're like, hey, what's up, ghost? I'm here. Where you at? I think that diffuses a lot of those things. Certainly be aware of yourself just like you would in a physical situation. As a man, you size up other men that you deal with. In this situation, what do? I act according to, for lack of a better term, butt sniffing of the guy across the thing. Like, does this guy smell like he's, going to whoop me? Or do I think I've got what it takes to, take liberties or whatever I'm going to do? Spiritually, I think that's the case too. No, I don't think you provoke Cert or something, because I think Cert is orders of magnitude more potent than you are. But as far as, no, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to meditate, I'm going to let my soul leave my body and commune with the gods or the ancestors, I don't think you should be afraid of bad things happening to you. I think you should be bold and courageous, and you should fare forth regardless and have courage and have the same courage you'd have in your life. And this is a way that almost nobody thinks. So again, this isn't aimed at the guy asking the question. This is just something for us to consider spiritually, because I know a lot of people are very concerned with layers of protection when they do rituals, even when they do rituals to the gods. This is kind of my attitude when I know a lot of people spend a lot of time with hammer hallowings and various other protection, calling on the gods to protect them. There's a time and a place for that, certainly. I don't always feel the need to do that. I'm not, and I don't say this to be arrogant or reckless. I don't mean it that way, but I have to have a certain amount of confidence in my own spiritual gravitas that I'm not afraid of random land whites somewhere. The great demons and Jotuns and goblins of our, on a cosmic order, certainly those are terrifying. But, the spirits that occupy a park I want to do bloat in, are they better than me? If they're more spiritually powerful than me, and I'm the high priest of the Asatru folk assembly, then I need to go back to the spiritual gym and train up. If, the random ghosts of, Billy Bob's Park on 5th Street are more spiritually effective than I am, I should take a different lesson from that than I need to use protection spells. And I don't, again, I don't mean to come off arrogant, and I don't mean any of this to not say that there are dangers that you face. There are, but approaching those things with courage is really important. It's one of our values. We should exercise it. We should exercise it here. We should exercise it there. We should exercise it everywhere. Being courageous is a virtue. And so many people allow. So this is a thing too. There's a difference between being respectful and being fearful. You should always be respectful and mindful, but you should stop short of being fearful unless you have a genuine cause for fear. So many people allow fear to prevent them from ever trying to go beyond and be more than they are. In all ways, physically, we see it every day, but specifically in the question that you asked, in a spiritual way. They're fearful, so they don't try to breach that void. They don't try to reach beyond the veil. They don't try to reach up and see what they can do, because they're fearful that something will happen. I posted something about this today in regards to Radbod. And I said, there is no courage without consequence. If there was no possibility of anything bad happen, then it's not courageous. But you're celebrated because something bad could happen. And you're saying, well, that be damned. I'm going to do what's right to do. And I'm going to be smart and take the precautions that are necessary, but I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do it, and we'll see what happens. That scores a big point Haminya-wise. And I think by doing that, it's more likely that the spirits take notice of you in a positive way than somebody who approaches it in a fearful manner. And again, being respectful of it is different. But being fearful, if you are courageous and say, you know what, stuff may happen, it may not, but I'm going to go out, I'm going to try to talk to my grandpa. I think people who are listening and paying attention are going to be like, hey, I respect that. That guy's got something. And I think they're going to be much more inclined to listen, and you're going to be more successful by doing it. And I think I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but I do think it's really important. And it's something that kind of came up to me this week on a completely unrelated note of some people that I know that came into this practice through Wiccan stuff, to where there's a lot of focus on protection and less focus on going boldly and with your head up and riding forth nobly into what you're doing. And I think that right action at the right time, I think, is your best protection. And I mean that astrally and physically and in any other way you can possibly apply it.
The question and what you just said too made me think of something of, for people that have read the book, this will make perfect sense. For people who haven't read the book, I highly recommend it. But The Way of Weird by Brian Bates, there's a specific part in which a novice Christian monk is traveling around with an Anglo-Saxon Vitki, and he shores him up with courage because he doesn't have courage. He siphons his strength from his religion or from the deeds of his savior. And he talks about that. He says, you have to go out. We have to do this. We have to go out. But what gets him in trouble is not his lack of courage. It's his kind of like brazenness against being polite is what ends up causing trouble in the book for him. The young novice Christian, they're gathering and speaking to the spirits of the earth. And the Vitki is bold and moving forward, but he's also polite and wise in what he's doing. And the young Christian kind of oversteps his bounds and does things wrong. And that's when he kind of gets more slighted in the sense of his impropriety, not his lack of courage or his lack of protection. So that's an interesting thing that it just.
This is one reason that I really love doing the shows with Witan Svan as my co-host, is we are able to pair these things off and add to the points that each of us are making in a really, really meaningful way. This is very important. And I think it's a danger in trusting too much in your hocus pocus. If you're like, nah, Jesus has got my back, so I can go out and be lippy, and then you turn around and nobody's there and you get popped. I think in the same way, it's very easy, in contrast to what I said about people being fearful, like, no, I invoked Thor. Thor's got my back. I'm going to go do whatever. And then you turn around and Thor's not sitting there with hammer raised. You got crickets. You're on your own to cash a check that, your mouth wrote, but your astral self can't cash. And I mean, I said it in a funny way, but I think it's a serious thing. So, be respectful, but be courageous. The same way you would with interacting with people. And I think that this is something that we don't often consider. Who are you interacting with? If you're worried about a ghost, is it a person? If the dude was living, would you be afraid of him? Why are you afraid of him? Because he's dead. Don't necessarily need to be. Is this a guy that in life you would be intimidated by? Well, then maybe you should be intimidated by him in death too. But just because something is beyond your current experience doesn't mean it has to be scary. The ghost of some lame ass over there may very well be scared of you. You know, maybe they're scared of you coming in.
Yeah, the dragon heads, like what you're talking about right now, the dragon heads. Put the dragon heads up when you're attacking, because their land spirits need to be like punched in the face. But you take your dragon heads down when you come home because you're being respectful to the ones that live near you. Like,
all right, so all right, people who listen to this may not understand why this is relevant, but I think that it is. We make assumptions. Because something is outside of our realm of experience or beyond the veil, we're scared of it because it is different. We assume that it's spooky, that it's evil or bad or scary. First, I've always believed this since I was a little kid. I've always wondered, well before I discovered Asatru, if ghosts are spirits of dead people, why do we react to everything they do like they're bad or icky or scary or whatever? Why aren't we nice to them? Like as a kid, I wondered that. Just because they're dead, why wouldn't I be nice to them? Why would I be mean to them? And I think that's, again, the things that I say sound really childish and simple sometimes. And it's because one of the ways that I process things is trying to boil it down to its most simple level and build from there. And on the most simple human level, why would I be a jerk to other things that exist? If they're not being a jerk to me, why would I do that? If I wouldn't do that to a person, why would I do that to something else that has a spirit and a consciousness? And I think those rules still apply. And the other thing is, just because we make assumptions about something, this came up. I used to work with mentally retarded individuals. So I'd work with mentally retarded people. And the more you work with them, no, they're real people. There's a whole spectrum of, are they nice? Are they jerks? Just because they're retarded doesn't mean they're nice. Like, that's a thing. People make this assumption instead of treating them like individuals. And, oh, this poor person's got a disability, they must be. No, they can be a jerk and disabled. Just like, you can be a ghost and still be nice. If you're going to astrally travel, and it's strange to me because we want to make contact with our dead ancestors and we're all ready to like give grandma a hug. But if we're in a house and there's, somebody else's grandpa's there, then we're going to punch him in the face. Why? And it sounds silly, and I promise I'm not making light of this. This is something that's really affected my spiritual development when it comes to dealing with things outside of our plane. And it was informed by being a little kid and just wondering, no, I'm going to be nice to other things until they're mean to me. It's the same way I am to dogs or anything else. I'm not going to be mean unless something is mean to me. I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to put that forward. And just like animals and children and retarded people for that matter, and I assume ghosts, they smell that on you. If you approach something with fear and hostility, you are much more likely to receive bad things. If you approach something with confidence and friendliness, you're much more likely to have that kind of reaction returned to you. And I think we have beat this question to death, but it's something that I've spent a lot of time thinking about. And it's also something that I know a lot of people have questions about and do a lot of thinking on. So I'm really glad that you asked that question.
It's pertinent to the.
Go ahead.
It's pertinent to the rune as well. That idea of boiling things down to their bare components to step forward and act in the world correctly is just what you just said.
Well, it's one of those things. We're all completely inept. If you need to be an expert in the afterlife to try to interact beyond the veil, then we're all doomed to failure. Not very few of us know. We hear from people who have had near-death experiences. We can listen to our elders that maybe have made some progress in their spiritual journey that way. We can, it's fragments here and there, but for any of us to think that we're experts on it is a losing battle. So what we do have is to boil it down to what we do know and to make comparisons based on that and empathetically try to build on that. And that's what I feel. Our next question is from Sarah. It's a random non-rune question. Would Sigyn be considered part of chaos because of being married to Loki? What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
So I think it's important to look at the deep connection or the inseparability between Sigyn and Loki, just as much as we would look at the inseparable nature of Nanna from Balder. There is a connection point that has purpose in the sense that Nanna is, we've always, spoken of the conduit, the horn bearing, the idea of the conduit of connection spiritually in might is placed upon the lips of Balder from Nanna. So through devotion, you find the enlightenment of the spirit of Balder and the light. With Loki, it's very much the similar. And I think in a way, there's always that polaric force constantly playing out in our stories, is that there is that polaric sense. So Sigyn kind of represents to Loki as Nanna represents to Balder. And the name, I think people get caught up on the name about Sigyn and the idea of the giver of victory. I think that it's more about the lament of the path that you could have taken, the higher ground, is now cursed to remain with your folly. Sigyn was the connection to the Aesir. And, people wonder if they think about Loki and their connection to the Aesir, it's like, that's preposterous or what may be. It was there. There is a lot of lessons, both from the gods and to Loki, in an essence, of the ability to align, but never taken. Instead of alignment and instead of creating and joining into the hierarchy of order, there was always the element of playing against that. So Sigyn is the pathway I think that Loki could have taken, and it's always the bitter reminder. And it's the idea that if you have the opportunity to flow into order and understand the greater understanding of the order that is going forward, and you refuse to take it, then you carry that tag with you your deeds carry that with you. They assuage a lot of perhaps your guilt, or perhaps it's even the sense of Sigyn is, in a way, the way that we create excuses for actions that we took that led us down paths that aren't where we perhaps retrospectively see ourselves, where we should have. Perhaps those excuses are kind of like Sigyn's bowl, deflecting the venom of our deeds, the outcomes of our deeds. Sometimes we do this so far in, and then we create or do an action, and then it leads us down a path away from the centralization, from the building, from the order. And then we create these kind of essences. Well, I did the right thing because of this and because of that. But at the end of the day, you're alone, strapped to the rock, and the venom is coming. And the only thing you have to assuage that is your sense of like, you did the right thing. The excuses are there to kind of soften the bitterness. And it only softens it for so long before the venom hits again. And so I think Sigyn represents a folly in that that sense. There was an opportunity of victory through alignment, and it was spurned, and now it remains as the only thing assuaging the wound.
So I look at that a little bit differently. And I think that I think there was something really meaningful in Svan's comparison of Sigyn to Nana. I'm trying to think of how to best way to phrase this. As Loki's wife, her duty is to her husband. And even at his lowest point, she is there faithfully executing her duty as a good wife. In the same way that Nana is as that symbol of devotion when her husband is in Hell's region. And it's one of those things, yes, I still think she absolutely represents chaos because she's still carrying that banner because it's her job. She could throw it down and not and defect, but she's not. She's standing by her man, even though her man is the most evil thing in our cosmos. This isn't a glowing celebration of her, but it is a certain nod of respect. There's people on the other team that wouldn't necessarily want to fight you if they didn't have to, but it is what it is, and their liege is fighting your liege, and you guys are going to have to face each other, and it is what it is. But you can still respect that and be on the other team. You can still acknowledge the virtue, even when the virtue is done, on the other side. There's a way to acknowledge that. And I think in a way, no, she's on the other team. She's on the other side and I'm on this side, and that's fine. And I get that. And, were it to come to blows, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But I still respect that. There's a dignity there that I don't think is carried towards other folks on that team, as it were. And I think it speaks a little bit the fact that this is done by wives in the ability of our ladies to be frith weavers. Sometimes they are put in a spot because of their allegiance to their husband that they wouldn't have chosen to be in, but them doing their duty by that still has a dignity. And it also shows that because they're able to transcend some of the bad feelings that are focused by man against other man, women or the divine feminine, our goddesses, have the ability to heal wounds and deflect poison, as it were, and smooth some things out. I mean, in our mythos, there's nothing to be smoothed at that point for Loki. She's still there doing her part, and I can respect that at the end of the day, even if it's on the other team. And I think that's where I've always fallen with it. But yeah, she's still on the side of chaos because she's choosing to stand with it even after the sentence has been decreed. But I can respect that duty. Witan Svan, can you also use Kenaz for illumination of a situation against you?
You know what? I'm going to go out and say I wouldn't. There's another rune that I know of that I would say is better for illumination.
Curious what you're going to say.
I was going to say Deir or Dagos. Dagos is an interesting rune. One of the big tenets of Dagos that I've often... and Sowilo. Sowilo and Dagos. But Dagos is an interesting one, and we'll go into that more, but the idea of that which is in darkness comes to light, or perhaps that which is in light must go into darkness in order to retrieve or to move. The transitional spot between illumination and darkness. I don't want to go into too much, but from my experience, especially in runic work, that rune and Sowilo, both in conjunction with each other, I feel again are better in the idea of illumination, especially deception or vitriol or something of ill against you. I think Kennaz in illumination is more internal. So perhaps I should renegotiate and say, perhaps if you are your own folly, then Kennaz is about revealing that which is kind of you working against you, whatever that might manifest as, and that those things, those blockages that keep you from proceeding forward with mastery over your craft or over your initiation of duty or the pathways of actions you're going to take. Sometimes Kenaz is more about finding the folly at your feet, finding the folly at your table, as opposed to, say, the folly or the treachery of someone else's.
So this is, and this comes from Cody. This is kind of what I was saying earlier in the broadcast. Sure, you can absolutely use it that way. Svan wouldn't, and he has very good reasons that he would use different runes. I would use still different runes. But if you would use Kenaz, and if looking at situations in your life that you're suspicious of through that lens is meaningful to bringing light to those, I don't think that's illegitimate. And again, I know this sounds wishy-washy, and I understand that. But it's not an exact science so much as with intent and so much as the lens in which you see things. There is a very significant gray area in the use of runes. Now, there is black and white. There's runes that would be stupid to use for this. This is not one of them. There are runes that are perfect for certain situations. This is not one of them. But it's not wrong if that is the way that your mind best reformulating the way you think in terms of our runes is in and of itself beneficial. If this and that torch would help you to do that, absolutely. If I was performing this for somebody else who was not you, that's not the rune I would go to. But so much of our runic practice is informed by how we've internalized these runes as the practitioner. Now, it's very important to realize that if you're interpreting runes for others, their runes that they've drawn or that they came to you with, they're like, hey, I had a vision of this rune. It's not about how you see that rune. No, X that. It's how they might see that rune. And figuring that out is a challenge for any Gothi. That's something that I run into when folks come to me with runic questions. If I did the rune pull, then cool. I'm good with, I say that sounds arrogant. I don't mean it that way. But I feel a certain amount of comfort in interpreting the runes the way that I would understand them. But when somebody comes to me with a rune pull they did that they found disturbing, I am much more interested in how they internalize those runes than in how I would internalize those runes, because they're the ones who did the magic on that, if that makes sense. And I'm not sure it does, but the person who puts it into motion, it's their lens that is the one we're dealing with, not your lens as somebody looking at it from the outside, because there is an objective outside element to the runes, but there's also a very significant internal element to the Vitki or the practitioner who uses those runes. Did what I say make any sense, Svan? You can tell me if it didn't. You can tell me if it didn't.
I mean, absolutely, because again, if you're internalizing the idea of Kenaz being the torch that bears light, there's absolutely that there. Again, it's a lot of too about the way we receive the information of the power of the runes. that makes us have a go-to kind of
See,
idea of things.
you're the way you view Dagas and the way I view Dagas, they're not existentially different, but some of the fundamentals that I think we place emphasis on are different. And that's one of the reasons I use Dagas almost as like, now my words escape me. The liminal space between light and dark, of dawn and dusk, more
Right.
than full day and full night. I view it as like the point of equilibrium. But again, yours is completely right. I think mine is too. It's just different from where we're at. I think Sawilo is a really good choice. I would have also used Ansuz because I don't think it's really about light. I think light is a figure of speech we use on it, but you don't really want a bright light. What you want is knowledge. You want the ability to see. And I think that one, but again, that's because of what I bring into it versus what you bring in versus what Cody brings into it. So I think that's important to keep in mind for anybody out there listening. The next question is, I think this is the next question. Let me check and make sure I didn't skip one. Okay. What about having good relations with the land itself and not fearing the spirits around us? As opposed to what? I think that I'm missing a little bit of context on it, so I hope that we answer this correctly. Svan, what do you take from that?
Well, and I think this is referring to the idea of faring forth and ultimately dealing with the relationships of the living and the things that are beyond the living or spiritually about the geist of things. Yeah, basically what you're saying is good relations with the land, maybe perhaps indeed. If you take care of things, if you do things with the intent of being noble and, the things that are around us oftentimes witness what we do. And we talked about that on another VNS episode of the ideas that our deeds oftentimes have far-reaching repercussions in a positive sense too. If we enact and act nobly to folks, I mean, this happens all the time, even locally at the Hoff. People have heard all kinds of horror stories or whatever they have come across, but when they meet and we talk, and everything is done with cordialness, politeness, even brevity, and or not brevity, but just a sense of jovial happiness towards doing the deeds that we're doing. People go, okay, well that's not me, that's them, but I get it. They're doing that, and they seem like good people. I'm doing my thing, they're doing their thing. It's the way that you go about your deeds oftentimes greatly improve those that are going to encounter you from the outside inward. That ends up a lot of times, again, helping you have a different experience than the immediate negative.
So, this is something kind of interesting. Yes, and I've mentioned it's hard because these questions, they're very specific questions, but they'll bring up sometimes bigger concepts that either Svan or I have thought about a lot. So it's like you open the door and we just want to give you the deluge of what we thought on the topic. Or maybe we've discussed it before, and maybe it's come up before. So sometimes you ask a real specific question, and then me and Svan talk for a half an hour about something that veers far away from it. On one level, I apologize. I want to give you a direct answer to your question. On another level, I think it's valuable to the people that listen to it that aren't maybe the person who asked the question, but people who do have curiosity. I believe very strongly that your reputation transcends our existence. The gods could be aware of your reputation if they want to be. I don't think that each person's reputation is important enough that our gods necessarily care. But certainly your reputation could be meaningful to our gods. I very much hope that by the time my time in Midgard is done, that my reputation means something to our gods. That is a very sincere hope of mine. I could toil my entire life and not be worthy of that. We'll see. Time will tell. But I think when you deal with the land spirits and spirits that are around your vicinity, your reputation precedes you and matters. I think that how your ancestors speak of you when they pass beyond the veil to the others beyond the veil matters. I think that those looking in who have an interest in location, in specific people, in you yourself, judge you based on your reputation. So I think reputation is a valuable commodity across all realms. And it's something, and this is relevant to the next question as well. But I think so. Okay, so to keep it on this question for a second, yeah, don't be a jerk. Take care of what you have. But seriously, if you acquire a new piece of, and this isn't theoretical, at Sigerheim, we just acquired this property, right? So we're starting a fresh relationship with the spirits that are there. And what spirits are there? There are spirits of the land generally that we don't necessarily know specifics about. But when we took over, we discovered that we have a significant graveyard at Sigerheim. We actually have two. I believe one is a slave's graveyard and one is for the white folks that have lived there on that land. Neither, but I'm not sure. And I want to find out and I want to know because I believe a white man's grave is by what has been told to us as the slave's graveyard. So I want to know if that's, anyways, we go there. The first time that we were able to see this, again, it wasn't disclosed to us. The realtor, to the best of their knowledge, said it was an Indian burial ground and there was like one Indian grave and that's all there was. No, there's a whole bunch of, there's I think 13 named stones that we can figure out and probably twice again that much of other stones that don't have names that we don't know about. 14 now because I interred my mom there last month. So most of these seem to have passed towards the beginning to the middle of the 1800s, and it doesn't look like anybody's paid them any attention since then. They're overgrown. They're in a terrible condition. Yeah, nobody's cared. Nobody's taking care of these things. So we're going there, and I hope that it impresses the spirits that are there. That's not why we're doing it. We're doing it because we are noble people, and it's the right thing to do. We're going to take care of the graves. We're going to clean up the graveyard. We're going to repair the stones that we can repair. The ones we have enough information that we can replace, if they're not repairable, we're going to try to replace them. And we're going to be good stewards of that. That act of front loading something noble and paying attention to and caring for these people, hopefully, the spirits of these people beyond the veil will look favorably upon us for doing them that kindness. I would think that they would. If they don't, they're jerks, but we're still going to do the right thing. Again, and I say that as nonchalantly as I would about a person, because I think to treat them otherwise is disrespectful. So yeah, of course we think that they would appreciate that. We hope that they would appreciate that, but it's the right thing to do. So we're going to do it anyway. But that's the thing about building a relationship with land spirits. Like, for another thing, if we find trash, we're going to clean it up. We're going to take care of the land to the best of our ability. We're not going to be obnoxious. We're going to try to keep things orderly and beautiful. And we're going to be respectful while we're there. And that's going to build reputation and hopefully at least a respect with the spirits that are there, if not a genuine bond of affection. And that's to that. And I think the next question follows right along with this. Do you believe in ghosts or other spiritual creatures like a lot of people in Iceland believe in elves? Do you believe in those too? What say you, Svan?
Yes. When we talk about the Alvar or the elves, yes. If we talk about the Vetir or the land whites, yes. If we talk about even the interconnection between, or perhaps even the window through the veil that our ancestors work through with us, yes, we do. And again, it's all based upon how you would treat a living person, how you would treat anyone of that of any ilk in any on a baseline. Is, again, if there's not hostility and there's not enemyness that's being carried, then you treat just simply as you would with nobility. That is a very important thing, even in Iceland. There's always that it's portrayed in the media as like that the Icelanders won't go places out of fear. That's not the case. The case is that generally there's an emissary, someone who like a Gothi, if you will, perhaps not recognized or something, but there's an emissary or a person connected to the land that goes about and finds the best route that they feel would be the most beneficial for everyone. And there's not like just piling straight through with no regard for respect of the past of the land at all. So that intent is, I think, one of the more important things. It's not based off of fear; it's based off politeness, courteousness. But yes, the spirits that are not outside or alien to us. They are part of the entirety of everything that we are in. We are in it as well. So we have to interact and keep consistent with that. And I think we do very much so. I mean, even at Thorshoff, the grave of Mr. Philip Bethea was in dereliction. It was completely run over. We encapsulated his area. We cleaned off his stone and we rebuilt a new one because we couldn't figure out a way to get the old stone back up. There was pieces missing that were long gone to ages of time. And members of the church that had been there for many years, a long time ago, had said they didn't even know that there was a grave there. And to be fair, we haven't specced from the ground. Perhaps he was moved and the stone was just left.
You know what? So, flag on the play. We had a guy come out there with a metal detector. He was able to find the chains and what would look like the, fittings for a coffin there. Maybe they didn't know he was there. They knew enough to put up flagging to where they didn't destroy their lawnmower on his tombstone. Anybody could have looked and seen it's a tombstone. I don't doubt they didn't know his name because they didn't care to know his name. But his name was Philip Bethea, and we did care.
Right.
And that makes a difference.
And again, Philip Bethea on his older tombstone clearly stated or maybe not for him as an individual, but at least his community around him, he was a Christian, or the people that buried him were devout Christians. We didn't go in and against that. We simply replaced the stone, saying that you'll be honored here and you'll be remembered here and you'll be protected here, because that was the right thing to do. And we continue to do so. And I think that a lot of people don't understand, or they would assume, I guess, because a lot of times villainy is a reflection inward. They assume that we're villainous people that act differently. We are quite even keeled in all things, because again, that is about order. That's about the consistency of deed. And that applies to land spirits, to the Alvar, whether they're Leos Alvaros, Svart Alvar, who, by notoriety alone, Svart Alvar have a tendency to be very mischievous, or kind of like don't experiences and little nuggets that we gain from our ancestors is like, be careful of them.
The chocolate elves.
Well, the idea of their prankingness or their connection to the material world, that's a whole nother thing, is going into the spectrum of Alvar and Disir and Landvatir and or Hudelfolk amongst the Icelanders, and all of those things. The idea is that, until a sleight is done, there's no sense in assuming a sleight will be done and to go forth and act nobly. And I think that even if there is the intention of a sleight, that's often lessened when they realize they're dealing with someone who will treat unilaterally across the board the same way. Indeed.
That's the thing. Just don't be a jerk. No, and it sounds so simple, and I don't mean to make it. I could find fancier verbiage, but no, it's the most simple thing you tell your kids. Be nice to people. Like, just be nice to people. Be they living people, be they dead people, be they spirit people, be they physical people. Just be nice to people. Be a good person. Yes, we absolutely believe in those things. I think the easiest thing for us to conceptualize in our belief is the idea of ghosts. Now that overlaps with the idea of Alfar, and that, is the idea of Disir, the idea of, elevated male and female ancestors, but even not elevated male and female ancestors. We believe in that. And it's very easy for us as people to conceive of our loved ones living on after death in some way. It's really interesting, and I think we talk about it seldom, and I think rightly so, because you get a bunch of lunatics out there that, everything they do is this magical spiritual joyride every single day, and they're hanging out with ghosts, and they're talking to Cleopatra, and then they're like, me and Napoleon were playing chess, and it cheapens it for the real experiences of people that have real interactions. Certainly Queen Cleopatra or Emperor Napoleon might choose to interact with somebody at some point. I doubt it's with the fat basement dwellers that tell me that that's who they hang out with. If these people wouldn't have hung out with you in real life, I don't think they hang out with you, or in their living, like waking life, I don't think they're hanging out with you posthumously. I think they're heads of state and high nobility and amazing athletes and people at the top of their field that they're probably hanging out with, if that's what they choose to do with their time. It's interesting, though, if you've ever known somebody who does have second sight, or whatever you'd like to call that ability, or the shining, or whatever it is, where you shine, where you can see these things, where you can interact with spirits beyond the veil. And I do mean to be silly, because it's funny, because the shining's funny, but realistically, it's a thing, and I believe very much in it, and I know that a number of our people do. I've met a number of people, very often women, that seem to have that ability. There was a woman I met on an AFA trip to Denmark who's very much that way. Her name was Justina. She was fascinating. She was a really interesting lady over there, and I think she might have been a stewardess. I'm not sure what she was by trade, but she would very often go and sleep in dolmens and in stone circles and around burial sites. And she took us to these amazing places off the beaten trail. Now, we went to museums and more touristy places. But then she took us to all these, these dolmens on somebody's property that was privately owned for forever that we never would have known about if we didn't know her. She knew where all these really special off the beaten path stone ships, stone circles, dolmens, and things were. And she was somebody that was in touch with the other side more than average, I'd say. And she had a couple of really special moments with myself and with Steve McNallen, who was on that trip with me, that were really interesting. I don't think overtly so in the terms of spirits that it's relevant to this conversation, but I will talk about that sometime. When I went over to Sweden on an AFA trip, one of our members over there, and I don't know if he wants me to share or whatever, so he's still a member and I won't go into his name, but guy I really have a lot of respect for. He had that ability. And one of the things that was really meaningful to me was how casually and nonchalantly, and so here's the thing. He had mentioned in passing about a spirit that he noticed following or, hanging around somebody who was in our vehicle. And when he was like looking around or whatever, he looked at me just completely casually. He's like, oh yeah, there's lots of spirits that are following you around all the time, but that's because of who you are. Anyways, if he would have said that in a way to ingratiate himself to me or to like kiss my butt or make me feel good or something, I would have been more suspicious.
Yeah.
But he said that as like, no, of course people are looking at you, whatever. Anyways, I'm getting to the point that I'm talking about. He said it so casually that it seemed to me to be much more realistic. And then he talked to the person in the car that he did notice, a particular figure attached to. But again, I think reputation precedes. There was a bunch of spirits apparently over there because we went to a number of different burial sites, Viking mass graves, stone circles to where we know there was a lot of burials. People taking an interest in, oh, this guy is, some guy from America that is a priest of the Aesir. Okay, this is interesting. I could see that being interesting to people. That makes sense to me as being a point of interest of, oh, this guy has this title that he's something. Let's go see what this guy's about. Okay. But yeah, again, because he didn't make a big deal of it, none of it was to self-aggrandize or to score points with anybody. I really believed the things that he was saying, and he noticed things. He waited until other people so there was a group of native Swedes that went with us to these places to show us, where they did ritual in their holy places. And then there was those of us visiting. And it's like they would wait. I remember we visited this one space that they said was their most special place that they typically did bloat. And it had recently been very disturbed. It used to be like in the middle of the woods, and they recently cleared a bunch of land near it. And they were upset about that. But we went there, and it was in one of those, liminal times. It was right at dusk, and we were there in this circle. And some people who were in our party from the United States noticed some things. And they waited until people mentioned things they noticed. And then the Swedes looking at them, again, of course, everybody could be lying. But I didn't get that feel. And I read people fairly well, and I've dealt with a lot of people in a lot of different circumstances. And they seem to, oh, yes, I see, there was one that was a child that would hide behind these stones and pop out. Like, oh, yes, we see him all the time, this and that. Somebody else noticed a woman across the road that would kind of peer out, and then, she was hesitant to look in or whatever. And I remember she was wearing a specific type of clothing. They're like, oh, yes, we see her all the time, this and that. And they were all very familiar with anything people were feeling in a way that was very convincing. And again, I hear people say stuff all the time, and I would say 90% of the things that I hear from people, I will listen respectfully, but 90% of them I think are fanciful or something that somebody's perhaps making up or projecting or some other kind of BS. But there's absolutely many circumstances that I very solidly believe that people are having the interactions they're claiming they're having. And I think it's a very real thing. I think that something else, when you read philosophical works and you read stuff, people will go on these long tangents as if the astral world is the only real world. The physical world isn't real. It's just some projection and all this other nonsense. It's just not true, that we know damn well is not true. The answer isn't either or. We absolutely live a material existence that is real, that has value, that is tangible, that exists. Don't be a basement wizard and pretend it doesn't. But once you realize that, there's also other levels of existence that we only have a very slight understanding of that are just as real in their own way that we need to be open to. And I've noticed one thing that I'm really proud of. This has happened when I've conducted 2 different funerals. Families that were tied to a Christian church and very much shut that part of themselves off that was sensible to the other, because they felt something very strongly at funerals that I was able to be there for. Open themselves up to that other, and a flood of other came in that changed their lives in a significant way to where they were open to seeing more than they had seen before. And I absolutely believe that's true. So the next question again follows along this theme, and I think is interesting. Is there an Astral explanation for demons, poltergeist, etc., or is that this strictly a Christian concept? I have family who claim to have encountered such entities. What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
Well, first, right out the gate, my encounterings with ill spirits is limited. At the same time, there's some knowledge that was kind of bestowed upon me from my teacher in relation to poltergeist. So we'll hit one and then the other. The closest thing to again, the Greek word daemon, an appliance to the idea of being lesser than divine. And a lot of people don't realize that Hercules, according to the Greek definition of a daemon, was that. The word demon was incorporated into Christian kind of a lexicon from a Hebrew Aramaic word, which is like a shaitan, which still exists in Islam today, or a shadim, an ill spirit. So, when in the Bible, when Jesus says, I'm not going to help your daughter because I'm here to only save the children of Israel. And then she pleads with him. And then he says, all right, well, every master can throw scraps to the dogs. And then he expels the shadim. They're talking about shadim. That is a very unique thing to the Middle East. I would say equivalency, though, without pulling from the Greeks or without pulling from the Middle East in any of those concepts, the first and foremost thing would be 2 words is thurser. Thurser is, again, Thurzaz is referenced again as a giant. But there's very, very, foundational Asatru folks that have spoken about land spirits and things like that, and the classification of the Jotuns when it comes to Risi or Thurser or Muspelly, or even the Rim Jotuns and so on and so forth. the Thurser is this primordial entity of wild and chaos and, vehement malignancy towards order, towards goodness, towards nobility. And that has changed over time to the word troll. Now, the word troll has, of course, changed towards whether it's fuzzy-haired, naked, weird-looking things, or even in the Norse countries,
odd-looking things.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yes, odd or strange-looking things. Excuse me, not weird. We're relegating that word to its true purpose more and more every day.
Sick Allen on you.
Yeah, I'm half expecting him to just like show up behind me.
Bust through the wall with the tiger crane.
But the Christianity minimized one of the parts of later day Christianity was the minimization of land spirits, the minimization of any sort of entity outside of the paradigms that they worked in, and they demonized anything outside of that, or reduced it when it didn't pose a theocratical threat. And that happened a lot in Iceland, but it didn't quite stick. But they did talk about the idea that bells, church bells scared away Alvar or land wights. But, again, bells and usage to the Lord Freyr is, noted and remarked upon. And so a lot of our connections to bells and the idea of appeasing land spirits with bells, or in Norse countries, especially like Sweden and Norway, there is the gray-haired, kind of knobby-nosed land spirit that is called a troll that, is kind of rough and earthy. And I think that's more of what they're kind of considering a land spirit. And then, of course, you have the giant earth-based things that pose a threat. But their paradigm is a little different. It poses a threat because humanity is encroaching on places. But in Iceland, I remember when I was very little, we had this book and it was called Trolls. And a lot of it was post-Christian Iceland, but they talked about evil spirits that lived in desolate places, and that, people would disappear, and the trolls would scream in their ears and turn them into trolls. And there was, as a kid, I was just like, what? This is super crazy. And it was very kind of, terrifying. Or, when we talked about Grilla and all, and, the difference between like her as a troll versus the Yule lads being more like land spirits. But I would say thirst and troll are an immediate sense towards malignant spirits that cause, havoc and are ill. But the encountering of those things is again on the status of legend, on the status of like just finite hearsay in a lot of ways. The other thing I would say is poltergeists. I was taught about this, that the Svart Alfar are connected to the material. And so their ability to move the material. So when we talk about the Poltergeist, or the noisy ghost of the German language, as what it means is this ghost that has the ability to move the physical world, as a Svart Alfar, a being of spiritual power that has connection to material, quite literally the elements or the building blocks of the material world, that which is below kind of coming up. A lot of times I feel like those encounters with door slamming and flipping of things and all of those things, whether let's just speak of them as actually happening, because I know there are a lot of pranksters and people that want to, again, perpetuate these things via video or just false accounts, just for the lulz, or just to inspire uncertainty in people. I've always been taught that those beings are oftentimes what we would consider Svart Alvar, as they are when we're talking about swarthy, as svarter is the soot or the material. the building blocks and elements, and they manifest sometimes in our time with the ability to move things that are physical. And so oftentimes appeasement and or a simple, it is time for you to go. This is not welcomed here. And again, protection, if you will, but oftentimes more along the lines of, I give this gift, but this gift holds, the point is that you must leave because this is not where you belong. You belong elsewhere. You belong in the Nidavellir, not here in Midgard. So there is a point, and then that could escalate to you need to go. And then that even goes into the concept of the Icelandic Vorðlokkar, the word lockers, the ones who can basically go forth and encapsulate and remove entities that refuse to go.
So a couple of concepts. Things that are real regardless of your faith. So when you say, does Astral have a concept of it? If demons exist in Christianity, are they real or not? If they are real, they don't go, oh, this guy's Asatru, we'll leave him be. We're only going to mess with Christians. We have different ways of interpreting different primordial forces that exist. And a Christian would describe things that sometimes we're describing the same thing. But they're going to use Jesus' words. And we're going to, do our best to trill our R's and use some kind of Norse variant that we have. Yeah, there's bad things out there. There are bad entities that want to do bad, chaotic things and cause problems. It's like, now the Christians, at least the Catholics, have a whole school of demonology to where they itemize these things in a very, very specific way. I think ours is much, much less so and much more vague. A Catholic priest wouldn't always assume that it's Satan or Beelzebub or like a super high demon, high-ranking demon that's messing with you because you're that important. No, very often it's just some random, like, low-level foot soldier demon messing with you. That's probably the case. Like, I don't think Cert is going to try to possess you and mess with you. Could he? Sure. Are you that special that that's what he does with his time? I don't know. I doubt that. So there's massive, Jotuns of supreme chaos that, whatever, are they messing with you? Probably not. There are Aitons or Jotnar of much lesser degrees that are also forces of chaos that may mess with something or someone or could possibly be encountered. There's, trolls and tricksters and little whatever else that might be. And then there's the spirits of dead humans. On the greater Asatru demonology, we need to develop that better. I don't think we have a good textbook of that or a good Asatru, legion of exorcists to send towards you if that's what you're dealing with. That said, we have had Gothar called in to chase off bad spirits, and in my understanding, that's always been very effective. When it comes to spirits of the dead, it's like Walmart. So I'm going to take you to Walmart in Wilmer, Minnesota. So if you've never been to Walmart in Wilmer, Minnesota, if you could imagine what Walmart in Ethiopia might look like, that's probably, or maybe somewhere in Somalia, that's what the Walmart looks like. There, because of the way that we have populated refugees and things of that nature, Walmart in Wilmer, Minnesota is extremely African and extremely Islamic. It's neither here nor there. It's just setting the stage for the story. So, myself and Nathan Erlinson, a folk builder in Minnesota, a Gothi student. If he minds his P's and Q's, probably be a Gothi one day real soon. We'll see. So, Nathan and I were there, and we had a grocery run for an event. And we were there dressed in a shirt and tie, dressed nicely because we were just at the Hoff. We went there to do some shopping. The vast majority of the people in the store, I don't know what they thought about us, but they just went about their shopping and minded their business. There were some people that saw we were dressed up and were like, hey, looking good. Hey, that's sharp. Some people made some reference to the Italian mafia, and it was still positive. So we're like, hey, that's whatever. Benissimo. So anyways, that's fine. And then we're in the liquor store, and these two Hispanic gentlemen came in, and they were trying to start something with us. And so we had set to the point that we set down our basket because we thought we were going to have to scrap with these guys. And turns out they didn't really want none, but they wanted to start, causing problems. And I tell this story to say this. We were in a place with, 200-300 people. There was 3 or 4 out of that 300 people that had something real positive to say. And we're like, hey, you guys look good. There was 2 that were jerks. And I think that's probably what you run into. That kind of ratio. I think most spirits of the dead probably don't care about you. Think a couple of them may be like, hey, you're a cool guy. Thumbs up. And I think there's probably a couple that maybe if they can cause some mischief and mess with you a little bit, might do that. End of the deal, we went to the store, we got our stuff, and we went home. I think most of the time, the spirits of the dead don't have that ability to hurt you that bad or to, change your life that much one way or another. Some of them could be very nice to you. Some of them can be mean. Most of them probably don't care and are doing other things and care about other people. And again, I know that sounds real pedestrian, but I also think it's honest. I think this goes into the next question. So I'll transition to that question before I continue. What do you think of spiritual items like a Ouija board, which people say can be used to contact spirits? So continuing with my soliloquy on that, maybe my aside, I don't know. Anyways, there are things that you can do to call attention to yourself. Maybe you are in a location that is, for lack of a better term, haunted. A place that is spiritually charged with negative things and negative energies and negative place. A place that you're going to much more likely encounter spirits that are jerks or straight up trolls or Jotnar or bad chaotic forces. That's a thing, and that's a possibility. When you actively reach out to things, I think that it matters what your intent is. If you're Azrael Abyss and you're hanging out with other, oddball goths and you're trying to be shocking and reach out to demons and stuff, you may be in for a surprise when they reach back at you. I think that's a real thing. I forget who said it, but if you stare too long into the abyss stares back. If you're was that Nietzsche?
Nietzsche, yeah.
So if you're looking for demons, you may mess around and find one. That would be ill-advised. If you're using tools to reach out to benevolent creatures, then I think that also inclines you to find that. You know what happens most of the time when people use Ouija boards? Some jerk just makes it say whatever they think they want it to say to creep you out, or to like, hey, give me all your money. And, oh, that is terrifying. And then people do whatever they're going to do. But there's absolutely the possibility, if you go in there with the right mindset, that it works well. And this is another, again, might be silly, but I think it's worth saying. Another thought exercise is to imagine yourself beyond the veil. And again, none of us know what that's like, and I don't even pretend to. I'm just trying to use the faculties that I have to reason. If my daughter, my grandson or my granddaughter, my great-grandson or my great-granddaughter were performing a ritual in their home, and with tears in their eyes were reaching out to me because they love me and they want to know about me, I'm very inclined to interact with them to the best of my capability, because they are my family and I love them and I want what's best for them. If, again, if this happened and, this is successful and we have other AFA members 100 years from now that want to reach out to Alzherier Gothi Flavel because they care about something that I said during this time, and that's meaningful to them. First, I would be so very honored. It would mean a lot to me to reach out and interact with them. If there was some goofy teenagers that are high on whippets, snorting whipped cream and stuff, and they wanted to say some goofy hocus pocus, I really don't care. If I was mischievous and I'm like, haha, look at these kids, maybe I'll mess with them. I don't know. I don't know what it's like. And I know this sounds really silly. Obviously, I'm having fun with the idea, but I mean what I'm saying. If you're doing something that would attract the spirit that you want in a significant enough way that they are likely to care about you or what you're doing, you have a much better chance of having a meaningful interaction. If you're just being silly, most people of substance wouldn't really want to have much to do with you. If you're being deliberately dark and disturbed and provocative, maybe some forces that are also dark and disturbed want to take advantage of you in some way or hurt you in some way. Those things happen. I think just like where you choose to spend your time if you're advising your teenagers on what to do. If they go to the wrong part of town at the wrong parties in the wrong places, bad things happen. If you go to the right places and you're doing upright stuff, then you can have a reasonable degree of confidence that, you're going to have good interactions. You might learn something. And I think that as a rule of thumb is reasonable. But I do think tools like that channel your intent in a way that can make it more meaningful or more appealing or more easy to interface with the other side. What do you think, Svan?
Well, and I was going with a little bit more. I think the I guess the foundation of the idea itself, or the steps in which it is taken. I mean, ultimately, what we're looking at is, contact with the other side of the veil of things can happen and manifest in a lot of different ways. We obviously believe that because when we give gifts, when we place, prayers and offerings and things of that nature. We are clearly preceding that energy from being physical to being metaphysical and going out and entering into another scope of the environs. But one thing that really kind of, I don't know, again, what Alcirago has said is we think about stuff like this sometime. And one of the things that really kind of always I thought about in relation to Ouija boards or what have you is the usage of an alphabet in a correlation of communication. Again, an alphabet, symbols, sigils, not the runes, but just the Greek alphabet or the Greco-Roman modern alphabet, and utilizing that in sense of communication. And the first thing it makes me think of is in the Runetal and in Odin's rune poems, there is a lot of, again, greater knowledge mixed in with, I think, a kind of a reveal of the time and the usage and the conceptualization of the rune songs. The rune songs of Odin, as he says, but I know a 12th that if I see a man hung amongst the tree, I can carve the runes and blood the runes, and he will come down and talk to me. And there's a lot of interesting things about Lord Odin and his connections with death in many different ways, from battle to, again, speaking with the dead, in relation to whether it's, people say it's been hurled at him as insults in other stories, in the Fighting Loki or in How About Other, but ultimately, again, the communication of symbology to reach across the veil has mystical potency. I think even today, with the idea of utilizing symbols to transfer messages beyond sight, I think that a lot of the usage of language and of writing was kept from a large proportion of people because it was understood that it had that power both to transfer messages from one person to another, but also to transfer messages over time or through the veil, if you will. And we do this sometimes even in our spiritual practices when we write things down and then burn them or place them in written word on an item that we gift over. That's a truly interesting, idea all around that I ponder about and I find fascinating. Outside of that, again, I think what Alzirago they just said really does stand. It boils it down, and we're making light of it because you're listening, and we're hoping you're listening, and it's sometimes it's good to just punctuate things with kind of a joyous feeling of laughter about it. And but it is true. It's the sense of ultimately your intent going in on this, whether it is someone at this board that's just messing with you, or the idea that you're stepping out of your bounds as being polite in a lot of ways. You're knocking on doors that you don't need to knock on. When you go down these roads, sometimes I think it's like a two-way door. Sometimes it invites folly from the self to be present in the physical. So a lot of times the people there often bring about their own sense of dread, fear, or just misplacement because they're reflecting things within themselves. Other times, yeah, they are knocking on doors that don't need to be knocked on and probably shouldn't be doing that, or at least not doing it, or you shouldn't be doing it so disrespectfully or even as a game. When you call someone with a sense of sincerity, then yeah, there's that.
That is very important. And this is the second time you have been the reminder of this with respect. If you imagine any of these tools as a phone, I give out my number very often. If you call me because you want spiritual help or because you want to have a conversation with me about something meaningful, I welcome that. That's great. And I'm happy to have that. If you call me in the middle of the night to prank call me and do something stupid, then yeah, it's going to make me angry, or it's going to offend me, or it's going to, not be taken well. I think that matters. And on that point, what I think is really important, I don't think that technology doesn't exist, but I think that we are silly when we are so presumptuous as to try to conjure things that are way beyond our means. When Wiccans or other silly, eclectic, gothic lunatics think that they can conjure gods, that's dumb. Not only is it dumb, it's profoundly disrespectful. To think that you can conjure, whatever your tradition is, to think you can conjure archangels, or you can come on. You're a kid in crow makeup in mom's basement. Stop. And I'm not even being silly, because grown people that we interact with, feel that they do these things. Like, it is the most meaningful thing in the world to me when I talk about how Steve McNallen's enemies even acknowledge that the Allfather Odin and Steve worked together to make Asatru happen. The concept that the king of our gods would work with Steve McNallen is mind-blowingly profound. And that's a once in history kind of thing. To think that random people who have not earned reputation, who haven't earned significant status in life, can just summon up gods of our folk and somehow demand things of them is extremely disrespectful. Yet it is a practice that a lot of people in the quote unquote pagan sphere feel that that's an appropriate thing to do. First, again, I mean, to imagine you could conjure something that is vastly more powerful than you and then command it to do stuff. At the same time, you can't even go talk to a girl that's cute looking without being scared of rejection. You sure couldn't go to a bar and talk to some big scary dude, but you're going to come before literal gods? That's irreverent, and it's stupid, and it means that you're not prepared for what you're doing. Whatever you do beyond the veil, just like in life, be a respectful person. What is most dangerous, and people talked about earlier about, worrying about the precautions to take. The biggest precaution, be respectful. If you don't think what you're doing is real, you need to make really sure that nobody else thinks what you're doing is real. And I mean this very literally. You teach children not to point realistic looking guns at the police, because the police treat that as real and you might die. When you're interacting spiritually, don't do things when you're being silly that you don't mean, unless you are prepared for the appropriate response from the other side. This is very real. We take this very seriously. I joke sometimes because I think levity's funny and I think it's nice, but I'm deadly serious about the points that I'm making. Svan and I take this extremely serious, and any interaction that we've had beyond the veil is done with reverence and piety and a preparedness that when we reach out, something may very well reach back and we're expecting and ready for that. Don't reach out if you are not prepared for someone or something to reach back. That's very, very serious, and I mean that. And I think this is the last. It's not. We got 2 questions. Can people communicate? Svan and I have gotten verbose, and we have made like an hour of the last 2 questions. Don't really apologize for it. I'm just noting it. It's a thing. Lou asks, can people communicate with the Alfar? And is that something that is beneficial for us to do? How would we go about this? Svan, could you break down what kind of things constitute the Alfar? Because I think that's really important to the question.
Yeah, there's a lot of spectrum on the Alvar as opposed to, say, like the Disir. The Disir kind of have, connotations in different levels. There's even the idea of even the Ausinir being Disir, the Nornir being Disir in a way. And again, I think that has a lot to do with the spinning of fate and the effect of might, main, and luck. But that's another thing aside. Let's talk about the Alvar. The Alvar have more, I think, a willful manifestational role when it comes to affecting the environment or the, I would say, what is the word? Well, I guess environment is about all I'm going to find. Is, when we talk about Leo Salvar and we talk about them as the spirits between Himenya and Midgard, or the midden, if you will, they have a tendency to be more or less in correlation with environmental concepts of light and relegation of environmental effects. Oftentimes, Leosar are seen as kind of conduits or not projections, but like tendrils of willful intention from, say, Lord Frey, and that is why he is, of them as their lord. And there is Alvar. When we talk about Doc Alvar, the general idea is a shade or a person that once lived a mortal life and is connected to the land, oftentimes through burials, through burial mounds, through grave sites, through battlefields. These spirits, whether they're seen as descending and then descending low, ascending, and then descending to kind of maintain their premise over with an area, if you will, they have a tendency to be viewed as almost like ancestral guardians. Whether they're not necessarily always just protecting the folk, but they're protecting the land. And you see this a lot in relation to sword giving to heroes, or to going out and seeking the knowledge of your ancestry, or again, dealing with new lands and finding, the shades of protection of the beings that have been there for a long time. And there's, ways that are communicated. Svartalfar are always used in our stories, especially in relation to the formulation of metallurgy and technology and the advancement of certain things. Oftentimes it's often with a mystical tone. The idea is like, like Ragan, the smith in the story of Sigurd is, was said to be taught by the Dvergar or the Svartalfar. He was taught by, or he understands the spirits of the earth and knows their magic and knows their knowledge. So oftentimes, I think Svartalfar are kind of relegated very, very either for plot in a story, and they have a sense of mysticism, and I think are more related to material things. So let's just focus on really what I think you might be seeing is Doc Alfar, dark elves, Dunkel Elven. Their relation to us can be mysterious. Oftentimes, they are a reflection of our own mortality. So they oftentimes, I think they unduly strike fear in people because they oftentimes see their end as a doom. And to variant degrees, but they always seem to be receptacles of knowledge, the ones that give things or memories or things that were lost and then are suddenly reconnected because they decide to bestow upon someone who gives them respect, knowledge. But either way, I mean, overall, dealing with Alvar is about, again, sincerity of the communication. Oftentimes it's just gift giving for the sake of, but when you start to interact, that's when that communication is officially communication. Because until then, it's can be, you're there and I give you honor and I am thankful that you are, protecting the land, and or the woes that you felt here that have led you to be a guardian spirit of this place, like battlefields. Virginia is full of them, and to give unto them that due respect for their lives. That's the first part of it. It's when it comes back that communication is made. At that point, when you're dealing with the Alvar, oftentimes I find that you can gain guidance that's much more intricate to your area, to personal issues in the area, or oftentimes what I find is the communication ends up developing in a boon, where things happen and you are alerted, if you will, in some ways, like strange things that happen that wake you up in the middle of the night because you realize your barn is on fire, or that there's bad things happening in the land, and the Alfar don't like it, and they know you've tried to communicate with them, so they come to you and speak to you and tell you there's something bad going on there. They kind of notify or bestow that knowledge. Dark Alfar are kind of like keepers of secrets that reveal things to you if you're deserving or if it's necessary. The Alfar are oftentimes, I think oftentimes mistaken for guardian angels in the sense of the light, the shining beings. But I do believe that they are capable of, again, doing much of what they want, in the sense that they can intervene or signal to you, or take a poignant moment to affect the way you see things or perceive things, and that will lead you down another path, or take a decision that you wouldn't normally take because all of a sudden there's something kind of affirming that you should or shouldn't do something. So Alvar are very tricky, and they do bridge a very close gap to Landvatir or Hurulfolk or whatever we would call like the land spirits, because again, Alfar are oftentimes connected to the land. So there's a lot of confusion in there. It has been that way in literature of our faith for a very long time. And Alvar is a title. It's not. It's like basically saying an outwardly being. But they are usually of far more of a noble station. If a thirst is seen as something that's detrimental, that is labeled as a thirst. And Alvar always has a connotation towards either holding secrets, revealing secrets, or giving blessings at a much more like local level. And I remember somebody a long time ago talking about the spheres of influence. You have your own deeds and actions. You have your family. You have your ancestors. Then you have the Landvatir, and then you have the Alvar, and then you have the gods.
But if you're a jerk, I mean, there were spells to prevent elf shot and things that way. The Alvar is a very confusing catch-all for all kinds of spirits, because Alf in some ways just means a spirit. I mean, it is not incorrect to be like, Svan is a jolly elf. To a way, that's not completely incorrect. It's just like using Tyr. Do you mean gods generally, or do you mean Lord Tyr in specific? There's a spectrum of Alfar, not even just the 3 color variants. If we take the dwarves as their own thing, and we just talk about different shades of Alfar, there's still a spectrum. Now, in one understanding, it's like a promotion to our male ancestors. It's like a step of ascendancy for male ancestry. There's also land spirits, which are Alfar. It is, servants, soldiers of men of Frey's household are Alfar. But yes, can you reach out to them? Absolutely. You can interact with anybody. Should you? Absolutely, if you're doing it respectfully and kindly. And as Svan mentioned, there's a boon. If you ignore them and don't care about them, then there's perhaps, negative things can happen if you're a jerk. But one possibility that I want to propose, imagine that you are a spirit of land or an exalted ancestor or one of these things, and you live in our Western society to where nobody pays you any mind for a very, very, very long time. Imagine that it's been hundreds of years since anybody has paid you any mind. Then imagine that one day somebody comes through that's good-hearted, that's reconnecting with the faith of their ancestors, and that stops to give you the time of day when nobody else has talked to you or wanted to have anything to do with you for hundreds of years. Does it work exactly like that in mythic time? Probably not. But I think it conveys a point that one of the very, very special things about living in the time we live in, we are spiritual pioneers in many ways. You could be the first voice that has reached out and spoken to these spirits in a very long time. That in and of itself could be tremendously more meaningful than somebody hundreds of years from now when everybody's talking to spirits all the time. To be the first person to reach out and make that connection is a powerful thing that you can do. And I think that's the case with a lot of what we do. We are honoring gods and spirits that people have neglected for a very, very long time. And the fact that we're reaching out, we're building Hoffs, we're fixing graves, we're leaving offerings, we're doing these things can be very, very significant. And the only thing we have to go by to conceptualize that is how would you feel? And I think that we would all be, moved to tears by that. Hopefully our gods and Alfar are also very appreciative of what we're doing. And the things I've seen in my life tell me that that's true. Our last question of the night, for a completely different thing, completely on a different place. But I mean, it's certainly a worthy question. Gentlemen, yet another great stream. What can we do to help our folk in South Africa, other than donations to the AFA South Africa Fund? Any religious visa program or something to get them here? Thank you. I don't know. That's the question. What can we do? I don't know. Donating stuff? Absolutely, because it goes to food and they eat the food, and maybe they're in the same predicament tomorrow, but at least they got a full belly. And that sounds lame and insufficient, and it is, but it is a lot better than nothing. Having a life that is miserable, but you got food is better than having a life that's miserable and you're hungry. And I don't say that flip in any way. I don't know the answer. The only answer that I know that I can do that helps is we can donate to their commissary, and that's what we're doing. To your question on religious visa program stuff and refugee status and that kind of thing. It is a question very recently that we've got a couple of different members of leadership that are attorneys that are looking into just what that looks like. And I wouldn't be overly hopeful, but we do have some people trying to look into that. That is something that we would be very interested in helping people with if there was a path forward with that was legal and appropriate and was going to be effective to help make those people's lives a little bit better. So it is something we keep chipping away at, trying to figure out some kind of an answer for. We are certainly open if you have one, or if anybody listening to this program has one that they want to share with us. We care so much about our brothers and sisters there that are suffering in the way that they are, and we want to help them. And right now, the only way I know to do that is to help them get some groceries and have something to eat. I would love to help more, but we're not sure the best ways how. So if anybody does know that answer, please let us know. And please do know that we are looking into it the best we know how on our end. Svan, do you have anything to add on that?
The only thing I could say is perhaps certainly inspired by the Orania folk and the Volkstadt that they're building, their own neighborhoods, and they're, building sidewalks, and they're, mowing land and building houses and things like that. I think that's, I've looked at that in inspiration to the ideas of, even despite they're going forward and they're building and they're creating order and they're creating safe spaces for their children to grow up and all of that. So I think that's an interesting thing for folks that might be interested. Perhaps there's an avenue down there that could be found for help or donation or what have you. I also have a friend. She moved from South Africa probably about 7 years ago, and she still has contacts there. I need to reach out to her. She's not super close, but she's here in the States, and perhaps I could maybe glean some more information on that. Hopefully, to have something more outside of simply the donation funds. I don't know. That's a great question, especially in relation to her reasonings for coming here and why she's here. And again, a lot of her friends are still dealing with the plight there. They're just recently, she spoke of a dear friend in his 50s who was attacked and passed away. So.
All right. Well, I think it's been a good conversation tonight. I know it's been kind of all over the place. I know I've been rambling on some of these things, but like I said, a lot of these questions open doors to things that, we've wanted to get out there for a long time. So I think we were able to do some of that on this program. I hope y'all go away with a little bit more complete understanding of Ansuz, Raidho, and Kenaz. Witan Svan, thank you so much for joining us. Your expertise is always very much appreciated, as is your friendship.
And everybody watching, these guys are great. Some of these comments are. I did want to say Semper Fi. That was thrown out there to me earlier. I saw that. So
we've got an amazing audience. Our regulars who are on here so often, they're such an important part of what we do, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in and bringing your questions, your comments, and your very, very active side chat. That means a lot. We appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a great night. I look forward to talking to you next week. Next Wednesday is when I'm flying out for Freyfaxi. I think my flight is late enough I'll be able to do the program, but if not, I will set it up so someone co-hosts for me. But yeah, until next time, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember that victory never sleeps.